pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. First, we have approval of the minutes of January 10th.
Also move it, Chairman.
Don moves.
All second.
Tim second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes. 5-0. Move over to the consent agenda. Upon request of Coffee County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the release, estate mortgage release, acknowledging satisfaction in full debt secured by Doris Terrell. Lot 6 and 7 in block 115 in the city of Burlington, Coffee County, Kansas. Physical address 1325 Yuba, Burlington, Kansas 66839.
Block 157.
157, yes.
Also move.
Moved by Tom.
I'll second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Upon request of the Coffee County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize direct chairman to sign the real estate mortgage release, acknowledging satisfaction in full debt secured by Elmer Lindo, the south half of the southwest quarter of the southwest quarter of whatever, southwest quarter. Okay,
13 acres.
south one half, south, okay, section 7, township 20, range 15, east of the 6th principal meridian, in Coffee County, Kansas. Physical address is 960 20th Road, Burlington, Kansas.
Yes, ma'am, I suggested, and we've done it before, we just read the names if somebody really wants to know the
Okay.
description, because
Works for
the
me.
people out there are not gonna understand all the numbers
Yeah, all
and
the
stuff.
garbage, there you go. I agree. I'll move.
I'll move, second.
Jesse moved, Bob second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Upon the recommendation of the County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the real estate mortgage release, acknowledging satisfaction in full debt secured by Charles F. Garner and Teresa A. Garner. Bob moves.
All second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes. Upon recommendation of the County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize direct the chairman to sign the release, estate mortgage release, acknowledgement of satisfaction in full debt secured by Stanley M. Johnson and Cheryl K. Johnson.
I'll move.
Bob moves.
I'll second.
Don second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pass 5-0. On request of the Coffee County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize and direct chairman to sign the real estate mortgage release, acknowledging satisfaction in full debt secured by Rodney M. Brown, physical address 524 South Lawrence, Burlington, Kansas.
St. Lawrence, I'll move.
Second, sorry. Tom's moved,
All second.
Tim second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. On the recommendation of the County Housing Authority Board, move to authorize and direct chairman to sign the real estate mortgage release, acknowledging satisfaction and full debt secured by Robert and Sharon Hogan, physical address 412 Des Moines, Burlington, Kansas.
So moved.
Tom moves,
I'll second.
one second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
How many mortgages do you currently have?
Oh, goodness. Whenever I do a grant for somebody,
I'm sorry?
whenever I do a preservation grant for anyone, I have to put one on for 3 years.
How many you have on hand right now?
Oh, my, we have so many, I don't even know, Dawn, I can't tell you exactly how many, we just, whatever I do, like, this month, I'll already have 3 that will be going on, because we've done 3 grants this month, this month, so, it just depends on the month. I can't really tell you how many.
You average 2 to 3 a month all year long? or-
Probably, I mean, except for when we get to the end, it's like I'm trying to really spend the money, not that, I mean, you know, it seems like they kind of bunch up,
Right.
because, I'm getting them all down at the end and everything, so.
And they gotta go on for 3 years, so
They do go on for
you could have
years.
20 or 30 of them out there.
Oh,
pretty easy.
goodness, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna ask. What are your total numbers in place now?
I'd say probably we have probably 50 or so, because, we've had our grant, because they overlap on grants, and I usually try to do between 25 and 50 in those 2 years.
Good program.
All right, on to, what is it, miscellaneous motions. Move to authorize, direct the chairman to sign one tax abatement in the amount of $751.90.
I'll make the motion.
Tim moves,
I'll second.
Tom second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign payroll notice for Terry Seaton. Grade change, transfer clerk's office from clerk, tax levy clerk to payroll benefits coordinator, classification from 35-14 to 40-17.
18, Don never corrected.
Oh, 18, sorry. Wage from $21.93 to $25.11, effective 1/1/22. I'll move.
I'll second.
Jesse moved, Bob second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign payroll notice for Brad Jones, grade change, promotion, clerk's office for elections deputy to chief deputy, clerk, elections deputy, certification from 45-14 to 50-17, wage from 25.29 to 28.27, effective 1/1/22. Bob moves.
Does Brad have extra responsibilities, or is it more a title change?
No, he will be handling more responsibilities, just like Denise did when she was doing payroll and chief deputy clerk. So,
I'll second.
Bob moved, Tim seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Okay.
We got two now.
Oh, I got 2.
It's on the bottom of that tax abatement.
Oh, did I miss that? I apologize.
it's just a number
Yep, number change. Move to rescind paragraph 20, Suresic moved to approve resolution number 847A, a resolution of the Board of Coffee County Commissioners at $0 participation, seconded by Hugan, motion carried. I will move to rescind.
It's just a correction on the number,
Just moving an A to a B, aren't you?
yeah,
Yeah.
and this
I'll
one.
second.
Jesse moved, Don seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Now we'll move to approve resolution number 847B, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners at $0 participation. I will move.
I'll second it.
Jesse moved, Bob second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Now we go to Wayne's motion. Oh, hello Wayne.
Good morning, sir.
Andrea?
Did you want me to discuss those?
Yeah,
or-
please.
Okay.
I know we discussed just a little bit the other day,
Don't need this.
memory, so.
We'll get one.
Okay, go on.
I'll get her one.
I had to make her print them out because I forgot the motion, so to make sure I covered the right ones. One of them is for basically engineering services, construction inspection. And so keep in mind, this is the 6A project. This is the bridge that's being replaced over there by Koopman on Old Highway 50. It would be east of 75. The grant money, I believe, is around $260,000 is what we received on that. So we're in the process. We're doing the design on the structure itself, but the inspection onto it would be consulted out. And so with that, KDOT, with those funds, which is generally funded by feds, so you have to actually go out for qualified base selection. And so it has to go through a process, and this is part of the process. And so that would send it out to all the qualifying consultants that could do the inspection. We would get a proposal from them, and then at that point, from the best proposal, let's come back to the commission for a contract later.
Is this all our cost, or is there a cost share in this part?
This is a cost share in 80/20.
80/20.
Yes, sir.
You have an expected cost of what that may be?
I don't have all I'm just pulling things from memory because I didn't bring that file at this point. But grant money was close to $260,000, so.
All clear as mud? Motion 2022-04, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve county engineer's request for proposals, RFP, for engineering services, for professional services, for construction inspection services, for Bridge Project 6A.
I'll make the motion.
Tim's moved,
I'll second.
Tom second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
And the next one, what it amounts to is that during the design process, as we're looking at widening Old Highway 50 from Fauna to 75, we need geotechnical services along those edges. We need to determine basically what our soil conditions are, come up with the maximum proctor as far as density of the material, and that would be adding the cement to it and see what the percent of cement would be. If you don't do this and you just basically leave it as a bid item, what you could find is you may estimate for, say, 4 or 5% or even 6%, and then the actual test that would require for getting the 95% compaction could be considerably larger. And so you could actually have an increase, an overall construction increase, that I've heard stories of 30% higher than what would normally was being bid.
Which would be the county's responsibility.
Yes, at the end of the day, it would be additional costs that we were not expecting. This way, you eliminate that unknown as much as possible, and you try to find out what that design mix is going to be.
And this is a grant still, isn't it?
This is still that about $2.4 million in grant money.
Hazardous road or what, a danger?
High-risk rural roads,
Yep.
we received 2.4.
You know, it seems like some of the issues develop because there's a lot of variances along that road there in the 7 mile. Can they do enough testing to be assured that they get the right engineering plan?
That's always a difficult process when you're actually doing a remod. You're not doing everything fresh and new. So what you're doing is you're dealing with a lot of existing materials. So the best that they can do is sampling
So they,
of what
do
we
they
would
pour it
have.
often enough to kind of take out some of the risk?
They would sample. I think our biggest one, in which we're not gonna be able to determine until we actually start construction, is gonna be water. And that would be
That's
the
where I
water
was-
underneath.
That's where I was going to on the first mile and a half.
Yes, and that's gonna be, at that point, it's gonna have to be identified by the inspector. There's gonna have to be, things in place and discussions as far as how we would, take care of it and minimize the costs.
It's possible that there's spots through there that could take 8% cement treat and other spots take 4%, correct?
There will be, but at that point, what they'll do is, they're not gonna they're not gonna check every 100 feet. They're gonna just take a representative sample, and that's the best that you can come up with. So yeah, that's the best we can do at this point. If we were building, even if we were building something brand new, it's never had a road before, you have different soil types, as you know. When you're farming, 1 mile may be different than the next mile. And we're doing 7 miles, so that's what we're dealing with.
Okay, very well. Explained good. Motion number 2022-05, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve county engineer's request for proposal RFPs for engineering services, for professional services, for geotechnical services, for high-risk rural road, HRRR, project for road widening of Old Highway 50 from Fauna Road to US 75.
I'll move.
Tom's moved.
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5.
I oppose.
You oppose?
I understand,
Okay.
fully understand it's going to happen, but I'm still opposed to putting more money into that project.
Passes 4-1. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you.
I think that brings us a little late. The County Housing Authority, Rhonda.
I'll probably do it a bit time. Share them. This, project, you probably have been seeing it in the city minutes and things like that they've been talking about it. It is, Gene Ernst, his is at 1303 Yuba Street. So they are taking the trailer out and the debris and stuff, and so I'm just here to see if you guys would waive the landfill fees, which, it'll make it a good long thing.
Anything expected to go back in it, or is it too early?
I think he's just gonna have a vacant lot and then it'll be up for sale, so.
You need a motion, I'll make that motion.
Tom made the motion to waive the landfill fees for, I forget the address,
1303 Yuba.
1303 Yuba.
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you. And then, I just thought I'd take a couple minutes and kind of go over our review for the year. We had our Housing Authority Board meeting, and so I went over it with them. And, I won't read everything. You guys can, read it over at your time, and then if you have any other questions, you can let me know. But just kind of going over our green housing, we're on our 3rd house that we brought into the, community. And we're almost to finish up on our 3rd one. The other 2 have sold. And so have new families in there, 1 in Lebo and 1 in Waverly, and our 3rd house is in Waverly. So we are looking to possibly bring another one in. I'm working with the mover right now. He's got some other homes up there, so we'll be seeing, hopefully we can get some more. Just tell us about Waverly selling this time, and then our Kelly Street house kind of goes on down there. We do have some lots still available here in Burlington, which we are looking at some possibilities of doing some things on there. Gridley, we do have a lot over there. We've had some issues with like sewer lines and things, and the property line is a little bit over where a person put a fence, so we're kind of working all that out, kind of getting that straight and everything. And then, just kind of talking about our different properties, we did purchase them to kind of help clean up. We've got the house that's down here on, 75 and 4th, David Acoin's old building or old apartment building, and so we are getting about ready to go out for demolition on that, get that down, and then we'll see what we can put in there and everything. So that'll be kind of helping on the highway there a little bit, I hope. So, our triplex, you remember that, is our first moderate income housing grant that we received. That, the 3 apartments, we still have 2 of our original people in there. They are very happy and take care of the place, and we try to take care of the place, of course, too. And so then, but we do have all 3 rented at all times, it seems, but it's just kind of nice to have 2 renters that are, you know, that like it and everything, and have stayed and stuff. Our newest thing that kind of happened, I wrote for my second time, trying to get it toward Leroy, another moderate income housing grant, and so we did receive that, and so we're going to try to put a triplex down there for Leroy. It's going to be right there across to the south of the bank, and that vacant lot that's in there and everything. We did receive $245,000 for that grant. There were 28 applicants, and only 8 received funding, so that was kind of good. So, home rehabilitation, as we were talking about the soft mortgages and stuff, you know, we have a great rapport with them at the state, and I'm finishing up this year on our 2-year project, and then I'll, of course, for the spring, I'll write again for another housing preservation grant, and so they're always trying to get me to take more money, which I try to take as much as I can to do the needs in our community, of course, but there's definitely some funding out there that for the you know, fixing up houses and stuff. They even contacted us and wanted to know if they could kind of get a feel for how we do our program, because they are trying to get other people, because there is more funding than what I can just use, and there's not a lot of applicants that are putting in for it. They just have to, you know, do it. So. Demolition, of course, that has been very positive with what you guys are waiving landfill fees. I really appreciate that through the years, getting some of this cleaned up and everything. Our developers incentive program, we did have a contractor take advantage of that last year, and so hopefully we'll get some more going on that. We're always promoting Coffee County, of course, and everything, and then just about our staff, and we appreciate you with our board. We have a very good board. They're all proactive for housing and trying to, you know, work with the different groups and everything, and so I appreciate that. On the very back is our appraisal sheets. I kind of give you that each year just to kind of know, and then I kind of added the grant money, excuse me. My board suggested I kind of just tell you what we've gotten, and that was kind of an overall about what we've done. I didn't really think about that. Sometimes I forget to kind of tell about our really good stuff. So if you have any questions on that, you can definitely let me know. But kind of it in a nutshell, just I let you know.
Any questions for us?
Any time frame on the triplex there in Leroy?
Well,
What kind of time frame are they expecting to come in?
I am ready to go now, but I am waiting on the city to deed over the property to me. So, that we just got a new board down there at the city council, basically, we got a few old ones in there, but.
But what's that, when's that's done, what is the time frame?
I told them we'd have it done within the year, so, yeah, I had no problem doing that one, so I don't see why we would have that problem there, but, yeah, so we should hopefully get started with the weather being pretty decent. I'm hoping to get started soon. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Rhonda, thank you.
It's 15. R&B planning, road and bridge planning. Wayne planning.
I thought we were gonna do like a work session after everything, we'll do that, I don't know where that,
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, it don't matter to me. I
We
just-
can, that's fine.
That's what I thought, because we don't know.
I did, good.
Okay, we'll roll this back to the,
No idea.
Call Richard in.
wants to, I guess, we'll bring Richard in, if he's got time.
Yeah, I didn't know if somebody put that on the agenda, or,
Well, we put it on there because there wasn't anything until 10 o'clock, so we thought you could maybe kind of start discussion
okay,
until,
all right.
otherwise it'd be a big gap.
Big gap. Break time.
I ain't saying we can't talk about it, I just.
You available
thought
for
that
later
that's what
on,
we were-
Wayne?
Yes, I'd make myself available.
Well, I know there was some question, you guys were wanting to maybe have some executive sessions as well with this.
Mhm.
Did Wade confirm that would be satisfactory, or?
You know, I visited with him just a little bit, and I can't really recall his remarks on.
If we were talking personnel, we could.
If we're talking personnel, we can have executive session, but if we're just talking county business, we gotta hold it in public, I think that's what it was.
Again, I'm not opposed to talking about it, but I just,
Right.
I thought we was gonna do it
We can do it
after the fact, but
We can do it
we can
for
do
you.
it whenever you like.
I'm happy. If Wayne's happy, I'm happy, if everybody's happy, I'm happy.
We'll get there.
So basically, or wait on Richard, I mean, my intent is, we just need to, if we're gonna get another engineer, we need to be advertising. We're just gonna get a supervisor, we need to be advertising
Right,
sooner as opposed to later. I mean, I don't know what other discussion we could have.
yeah.
There's Richard.
Morning, Richard.
Greetings.
We're a little ahead. Well, we've kinda done some flip-flopping, so,
Uh-huh. Flip-flopping, totally understand.
good terminology, right?
It is. Thanks, I didn't have a chance to clear my head, so you have to bear with me.
Exhale.
Yeah, we're all right. Just so we're on the same page, I have 14 properties left. Assuming I get my check today from property number 15, which was a parcel out in Aliceville. Didn't amount to a whole lot. But anyway, long story short, there's about $45,000 that's due. But for example, let me tell you, on 2021, there is 4,300 due, but of that, 2,900 is for mowing and sewer assessments, which is pretty standard for the whole project, meaning about a third of what's due is actually taxes and the rest is assessments. Mostly for the Jacobs Creek Sewer project, and then the rest for mowing that's been assessed by Burlington. So those are dollars that I'm pretty sure we will not recoup. And so I talked to Stan, Mayor Luke, and he said, yeah, we fully intend to write all of that off. We understand that's not gonna come. What we want is for things to get sold and somebody take care of the properties. And so with that in mind, rather than, we've talked in the past, mainly due to a couple properties being larger and having bigger tax bills, instead of rolling the taxes into the sale for 2021, I would like to now roll, just on these 14 that are left, those taxes into what people are paying now. Because why would you want to buy a property knowing, or spend a decent amount on a property knowing that it has $1,000, $1,500 for mowing on top of what you're getting ready to pay?
Do they know what the added expense, the added is when they're bidding it? Or when
They
they're
will,
bidding on the property?
yeah.
I mean, so you kinda take that factor
Right.
into your bidding.
Kind of, but even then, in the back of their mind, it's like, well, I know I gotta pay more, so yeah, I'm done bidding. Whereas in the heat of the bidding, normally if you don't have to worry about the extra, you might bid an extra $50 or $100, $200 on something. And so with 14 properties and only having $1,400, the average tax due is only $100.
Yeah.
Target date's still 1/30 Wednesday.
That'd be tomorrow.
Down tomorrow.
Good thing you
Yeah.
said that.
Yes, tomorrow.
And they'll be right here in the lobby of the,
It will be, and so everybody needs to come early so they can get their little bidder paddles, which is basically an index card with some digits written on it.
So I noticed on that, on your printout of what was for sale, that it was taxes to 2019. I know you can't go back past 3 years or whatever, but, I mean, however you wanna word that, but anyway, so.
There's
the
some
new-
that are behind.
The new buyer doesn't have to pick up from 2019 to present.
No,
Okay.
actually 20 is already included.
Okay, all right.
There was a previous one, the way it was, we didn't wanna have to waste more time with having something updated, and that's why Skillman's property was still in there, because we'd already filed paperwork, and then to redo it, it would take it another month. And so that's just pushing things back even further, so we wouldn't have the sale now, it'd be maybe in February, anyway.
So if someone buys the property tomorrow, they only start taxes from,
That's what I'm hoping is for 21, or 22, because we're in a new year, for 22 on. That's what I would prefer, and that's what everybody has asked. Are we gonna have to pay those, or, like I said, I think I would be happier if we just
Start
waive
fresh.
those.
Clean slate, get a new owner.
It is you bid, you know, $500, you know you're paying $521. $21 for the deed, $500 for the bid.
new owner should not have to pay for the old owner's mistake.
Mhm. That's what I'd like to know, and tell them. But that's up to you guys.
Now, is there restrictions from keeping the old owner coming back and buying a piece of property?
That's why all of this has gone through the mail and taken so long, because they wanna make sure they have the appropriate folks have been notified, and that's the whole above ground thing. So generally, it's a year, but Chris has said they've never had anyone have a successful coming back upon,
Oh, really?
once somebody's come in, cleaned up the property and fixed it, and they said, oh, well, now we want it back.
Well, no,
He said that because of everything being above ground and given every opportunity to pay things.
well, say I own $2,000 on this piece of property, and, it was going to the tax sale. Can I come back in and buy it for $1,000, not have to pay any taxes?
No.
Any back? So you, the person that it is being sold away from.
You cannot bid on your own property.
You cannot bid back, you cannot get it back. I just wanted to ask that question.
And suppose you're good friends with Don, and Don came in and bid for you. Yeah, you're both subject to prosecution.
Subject for.
I stay clean.
Yeah, I probably won't be here, so.
I know at county auctions, and not county equipment, commissioners cannot bid, but this is not county equipment, so can commissioners actually bid, or is it still flagged by the same rules?
I haven't seen anywhere that anybody is excluded. So, my opinion, anyone that comes with an open checkbook, they can buy whatever they'd like. We're looking for people to purchase properties, clean them up, which is the next thing I'm gonna ask for, and take care of them. And so, there are, I don't know, 4 or 5 of them that have things that need torn down and the property cleaned up. Several people have asked, well, is the county gonna waive dump fees? I said I'd ask, but that's not my decision, that's yours, you can take it on a case-by-case basis, is what I would do with you. I would say, if you bought one of those properties, you come in and say, hey, and then you gotta tell them, you got a week or 2 weeks to tear it down and from this date to this date, that's up to you.
We haven't turned one down in a long time, so.
I mean, trying to clean things up and make everything look better.
Yeah.
Not in the year I've been here, we've never turned anything down anyway, so.
And people ask me that question too, and I just always defer them over to Rhonda at the Housing Authority, and then she comes to us.
Right.
It could go either way as far as I'm concerned.
Mhm.
Just seems simpler that way.
I think that came about because quite a few years ago, the county was actually investing money in tearing property down for people.
Mhm.
We had some slumlords and stuff who started using it
Yeah.
and built nothing back. And as a commission, we decided we would probably give everyone free landfill fees in lieu of spending money to help some private person after they rented their property out to know
Right.
to the end and then turn it down for them. So I think that's how that
Mhm.
came about, which I think was great.
So we need to make a motion to waive this stuff, or
Well-
is this just, I mean, what,
I would say that's probably the best way to go. Say just to include the 2021 taxes in the auction price,
2021,
1. Because that's what just got billed was the 21
to
taxes.
include the 2021?
in the purchase price? So if you
Yeah,
buy it
in
for
the
$1,000,
auction.
you still owe the 2021 taxes.
No, it would be included within that, or covered by, I don't know the best way to word it.
I don't either.
You don't want the extra paid. If you bid $1,000, that's what you're paying,
Okay.
that plus the fee.
So
It'd be covered by the auction price.
2022 taxes only, 2021.
Yeah, we don't have any 22 yet.
So they wouldn't be owed until December,
So, it needs
December of this year.
somehow say the price you bid is what you pay, and everything is clear from then on,
Yeah, all taxes and
or clear.
assessments,
Once your bid is accepted, all
correct.
taxes are clear,
Taxes and assessments,
assessments are
because that's what they wind up being, is special assessments by the city of Burlington for $1,260 or $940, depends which property we're looking at. In some cases, we've had these going on for 10 years, and that's how this is $45,000, even though, like I said, one tax year is $1,400. That's a lot of extra meat on the bone.
Andrew, you throwing
I'm
something
working on
together. I see the smoke rolling
Yeah.
over there from your fingers.
Yeah, thanks, Angie.
Just trying to help you.
What
You're gonna
else
have
you
to
got?
help me though, but
My best guess is we're gonna make or they will bring in $7,000 or $8,000, maybe. I mean, I would like it to be more, we'll see what happens. I just don't know how much people want to pay for things. What else have I not gotten to?
Will there be photos of the property at the auction?
I haven't taken any. I have little maps of showing where everything is.
I just
but-
didn't know if
Yeah,
somebody
I-
knows they're buying a basket case or not. I mean, I guess if you don't have the,
Most people went out and looked, they were asking for better, as opposed to, yeah, tracks beginning at the southwest corner of the southeast quarter, 18, 19,
give me directions,
17.
what they're looking for.
Yeah, so I put everything in bold on the sheets I'm handing out that says, hey, this, the northeast corner of 10th and Des Moines. Go look, it's basically a vacant lot now. This one's in Jacobs Creek, it's just dirt at the end of the road. Seriously, that's what it is, and it's not even a nice straight line, it's got big jags, and
Get chopped up.
somebody's gonna pay $50 for it, and just so they can help keep it clean on an adjacent piece of property. But yeah, it's end of the road stops. Who owns this little cattywampus?
Piece of heaven.
Yeah, ambiguous piece of heaven. Yeah, and they need to understand though that the Jacobs Creek still has their sewer fees assessed on an annual basis. And so we have a couple books to give out, as 2 of those properties. So buying Jacobs Creek, you're not getting rid of that, it's still included.
But the assessments before that weren't paid are
Correct.
gone away, but it will start with them the day they buy.
Right.
Send it in.
okay, help me. Add
Okay.
something. Move to include the 2021 taxes in the purchase price of properties sold in the county tax sale on Tuesday, January 19th, 2022. All remaining taxes and assessments will be cleared
Wednesday.
on Wednesday.
It's tomorrow, right?
Oh, I said Tuesday, yeah, Wednesday. You need me to read that again?
Look at it.
Yeah, sure.
Who's allowed to pay taxes in December last year?
Yeah, purchase price.
You know,
I think that works.
that's the way I
Clear.
understood it. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Can you read that one again?
Yes. And I can move it around, so, move to include the 2021 taxes in the purchase price of properties sold in the county tax sale on Wednesday, January 19th, 2022. All remaining taxes and assessments will be cleared.
Moving to include the 21 taxes?
That's because they're not due till December 2022, correct?
Well, no, the 21 taxes have already gone by.
It's done.
Yeah.
They were assessed and the first half was paid by the end of the year.
So if you bid on that property whatever it brings is gonna settle 2021 taxes.
Okay, all right.
That's the way I understand the motion.
Correct.
So if
Because
they-
you haven't been in the property at all in 21.
Yeah.
So why should you have to pay for it?
I agree, I just,
I understand
the
that.
wordings of this a little bit
Yeah,
confusing.
and the years,
For
same
some odd
thing.
reason.
It's just weird.
I got it digested now.
I understand that if it's written, so to your understanding, it's totally written correctly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tim made the motion as read by Angie. I will second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Okay. Any other questions?
Not for me.
All righty, that's all I have.
Lots of luck.
And a big
Good
step.
luck tomorrow.
Should be a gay old time.
This is what, 2 o'clock?
No, it starts at 1:30.
1:30.
I would be there around 1 to collect numbers.
Yeah, right down here.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is something that, Carl said is expired, right?
And they are in the works with that. He said if you wanted an explanation on kind of what they're in the middle of working on that, he can come up here and kind of explain what that letter means and where they're in the process of working on that.
And which he's going right now. He's headed to Woodson County, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah, he said, well, I can see if Amber is available.
Is there any specific reason why it expired, and
That's
is
my
there a
question.
penalty on it?
Yeah, that I don't know. When I called it, Carl
Because
and
when I
asked
read
him
that
about
in the
it.
minutes, on the phone over the weekend, I
Yeah.
didn't follow
And I
what
don't-
happened exactly, and most importantly, why it happened.
You want me to see if Amber is available? Because she also told me that they are in the works with that plan. I can see if she can kind of explain what that means to
She's
Joel.
probably about like we are, she probably, and I'm not saying this to be negative, may not know exactly all the answers quite yet either.
I'd be willing to bet Amber knows every answer to
Probably.
this. This is what Amber has done for years and done a good job at. I bet Amber would know, actually
Okay,
See if
okay.
have
she
an
can
answer for us.
Looks like it's something that shouldn't have been dropped.
I'm gonna lose 50% of awarded EMPG funding due to non-compliance with KM.
I didn't fully,
So where are we
I
at?
read all of it, I didn't fully
I
understand.
just wondered why we weren't in compliance and why it wasn't renewed.
So the date expired, that took us out of compliance real quick.
Mhm. And I did get some stuff here about the flood. Federal Emergency Management Agency on, this is notify you of the final flood hazard determination for unincorporated areas, if anybody'd like to look at that.
They finally got it finalized.
Yes, I guess, that's what it says.
I'm curious.
Would you like to look at it?
Sure.
Cause there's some of it over around south of the golf course, isn't there?
I know I was talking with my nephew at the city, and I knew he said there's a lot of things that came out, and a lot of things that went in.
Really, so it might have been
I
a
mean, it's
water.
kind of- yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't give a map, it's just descriptions.
Yeah, there's no map yet.
Okay.
It's, I scanned through it and it said the map was to be.
Kind of like the descriptions of the properties you're gonna sell it tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's like, where the heck's that?
Yeah, exactly.
Amber says Carl is planning to be here for roundtable, so if
Okay.
we can wait till he can come talk about that.
That'll
Oh,
work,
okay.
that'll work, thank you.
Quick home.
Here, Dan, you wanna take, let me take.
Wanna take a break?
Sure.
You wanna take a quick break?
You wanna just break? Yeah.
Take a quick break and then we'll get you guys
Okay.
right close to the
I
ground.
need a break from the stairs anyway.
I'm with you. There's an elevator right there.
Good to know.
Go ahead.
Oh, hey,
Okay.
I didn't even recognize you there.
Okay.
How's it going, Bobby?
Good, man. Y'all okay this morning?
Yeah.
At least it's not 8 degrees like it's gonna be later this week.
That's right. That's right. At least we won't get no more snow for a while.
Right?
Personally, it's gonna be cold, might as well have some snow.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
At least you can go out and hunt a rabbit.
Would you go out this weekend?
If you like eating rabbit, well,
I've only had it once. It tastes like chicken. It's been a while since I've had rabbit.
we used to go out and shoot them a lot as a kid. Potomac Street was a railroad track through Burlington back when I was a kid. And we'd go out, we'd walk out and shoot rabbits and take them out to a friend of mine's house. His dad would help us clean them, his mom would make like chicken noodle and rabbit noodles
Right.
or fried rabbits with mashed potatoes, and yeah, it's pretty good.
I got a buddy, his dad, I think still raises rabbits for me.
Yeah.
So,
They're good.
it's probably different from wild rabbit, but,
I'm not sure you can get me to clean one anymore.
right?
I've cleaned so many of them.
They do stink.
They do.
Man,
Yeah.
worse than anything.
Yeah, I agree.
But golly, the kids love eating them.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna go out this weekend and shoot a doe. It was the end of the season over there in Unit 10, but I just couldn't get myself out there in that cold.
Yeah.
I stepped out into that wind and I was like, nope.
I didn't go out in the cold. I did go out Sunday evening, didn't see anything.
We got that full moon though now, I think.
Yeah, I don't think that helps.
No, it doesn't at all. They're moving around at night.
Yeah. Guys, I don't know if y'all met our county engineer. This is Wayne Blackburn.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Wayne, how's it going?
I'm good.
Eric Vogel. Yeah, Eric.
John Terry.
John?
Wayne,
Okay.
nice to meet you.
Well, thank you.
And that's Mr. Bob, that's the guy that I was
Okay.
looking to get sitting on.
We spent 3 days in the county to come up with that. I think if we spend any serious time at it, we can get 1,000 of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Heck, that's tomorrow. It's supposed to be 8 degrees.
Yep.
Dang it. Tomorrow and Thursday. Tower guys in drills.
That's pretty significant. Yeah, you guys put a lot of groundwork in.
Well, we don't consider that to be a lot with some of the other projects. You know, I think, I mean, those communities especially are hungry for it.
Yeah.
So it's not hard to do, but.
How you been doing? How you been doing? Can't complain.
Very nice.
Exactly.
Bobby, how you doing?
Where's John at today?
Vogel?
Yeah.
He, depending on what's going on, he peters in at anywhere between 7 and 10.
I don't know if maybe he's gone out to Wichita or.
No, I don't think so. I think sometimes if there's late night stuff going on or early morning, he just doesn't make it in, certainly.
I got an email yesterday about the AT&T circuit going down. That might be tied to the shooting circuit that we don't use anymore.
Could be Chinook or another one up in Atchison. I don't know why you would have done that.
I wouldn't have been.
I'm only tied to the connections, and so anytime there's an issue with one of those old connection circuits, I still get the emails. That's one of the best things that happened. One of the best things that happened out of Midwest Purchase was those net ops units. I don't even subscribe to the outage chat anymore. It's terrible. It relieved a huge amount of stress off me.
Well, there's absolutely zero connections would have been able to try to come back from where they were at without those guys. 80% of it was those two. And you know what's bizarre is there was a guy there named Travis. You probably heard some of these stories, but he was actually sort of over those two. And all he was doing was keeping them from succeeding.
Right. Yeah,
He was bossing them around and trying to take credit for everything. And, you know, those guys' personalities are such where they're just like, okay, whatever, head down, do their job. And it took too long for me to realize that was going on, but after a year there, we got rid of him and those guys just boom. Everything took off. Addition by subtraction, so they say.
Yep. It's amazing how that works sometimes.
Yeah.
We call it. We know your first one is bad. Get that back down. It's a terrible thing.
We're tired of quarters here.
Yeah.
Almost like cutting cancer off. All of a sudden everybody feels it.
Yep.
Very good.
But yeah, that was actually one of the things I said in that letter to Zach was thank you for giving those guys a home.
Right.
It'd be a shame for that house to be looking hard for Walmart if you want to.
Yeah, that would be a waste.
Yeah, I'm 6 months into the acquisition.
You get much snow up in the Lebo area, or most of the states?
Couple to three,
We probably had 1+.
We had a lot more.
Ours is
We
kind
did
of-
too.
Kind of damp enough, it didn't really drift too much.
Yeah, we had some roads actually closed.
So we didn't have nothing. We came over Melbourne that night about 10 o'clock. It wasn't the best thing to drive in there for a while. He's up there with basketball.
22nd North, it was worse up there,
What was it more snow up there, you think, than down
Yes.
here?
and then more drifting.
Yeah.
So we were
We
over
didn't
the
have any
roads.
drift in our area down
We
where.
did.
They keep taking more hedgerows out up Homeway, we're gonna have a lot more drifting and dust blowing. People easily forget.
Just pull them out all the time.
Yep.
We don't have hardly any hedgerows even left in our southeast anymore.
All right, I guess we'll go to our 10 o'clock, quick comm communication representative, John Terry and Eric
Vogel.
Vogel.
Good morning,
Good
well,
Swedish name. Good morning. I do have some little pamphlets here. Thank you. I appreciate you all taking the time to meet with us, and I just do the quick little, trying to take up too much of your time, but do a quick little introduction if you haven't heard of us. QuickCom Communications, we're based out of Iola, Kansas. Make sure, okay, there we go. There's that also. I only have one copy of that, so.
Okay.
We're based out of Iola, Kansas. We were founded as a part of a merger between two smaller companies back in 2010. The smaller companies were started in 2004 and 2007. But both companies started from a position of no internet in the area, and so they started companies, grew those to about 300 customers, and then they were competing with each other instead of fighting, they just merged. So that's where QuickCom started back in 2010. But we've been doing this fixed wireless for over a decade now, you know, about 14, 15 years, and found great success. You know, started there in Allen County, we've now grown to 50 counties, within Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, and Oklahoma. Today we provide internet and telephone service. Television is getting turned up hopefully later this year, so we will be triple play providers. On that second page there is a map of our coverage area, so you can see where we get up into Nebraska and areas like that. In 2017, well, let me back up. Traditionally, for a long time, we did not get into the Coffee County area. We've been in Waverly for a while, as part of not just an opportunity with Ottawa Co-op. We're on all their sites. So we've been in Waverly for a little while. We've traditionally stayed out of Coffee County because we had a very good working relationship and good partnership with Valnet Communications. So, you know, we try not to overbuild our competitors that we have a good relationship with. And obviously, with their announcement of bankruptcy a couple years ago, we were inundated with calls from the communities, and so we rose to that challenge. We now, if you look at the next page, I apologize, my printer doesn't like green very good, but that is our current coverage within Coffee County. So obviously there's still some holes there. We can't service every home, but a lot of this is new. Some of this is within the last 6 months that we've been able to turn up these sites. And so we have leases in every major city, every city within the county. We have leases on high spots within those. So it can be cooperatives, it can be water towers, things like that. So that's our current coverage within the county on our current plans. In 2017, we recognized the need to diversify into fiber to the home, fiber to the business. So since then, we've deployed fiber optic within 8 communities, so Osawatomie, Greeley, Garnett, Iola, Gass, and then we are currently doing a state grant project that will bring fiber to the home in Thayer, Altoona, and Fredonia. So that's kind of our new endeavor. It's going very well. We're looking to add as many communities, as many counties. We're talking to a couple dozen counties within eastern Kansas on projects related to ARPA dollars, or there's some Kansas funding out there. It's a 10-year project that we're participating in, and even looking at some USDA dollars. So that's kind of what brings us here. You know, we framed this conversation initially around ARPA dollars, but you know, we're open to partnering on whatever level and with whatever funding we possibly can to bring this service to the county. And so that's where, just get into our actual proposal itself. There's a map there, and then the page after that's kind of the proposal itself. We just had our engineers. One important note about QuickCom, we do everything in-house. So we have an in-house engineering team. I've got a couple guys that worked for AT&T for 30 years. They know what they're doing. So we're able to save a lot of these costs, and it's very nice for me, from a business development point of view. I can say, hey guys, give me estimated cost on whatever I want, and they can provide that. And we don't have to spend a lot of money to get a big report, right? So I asked them, you know, what does it cost to build out basically every city within Coffee County, and every city within Antioch, you know, whatever I'm doing. And so this is kind of our estimated cost based on previous projects. We also do all the construction in-house, so we're not paying contractor rates to put this infrastructure in. And so this may seem low if you've ever gotten a bid to run fiber before, but this is actually probably realistic. I use example, there's a local school district in a neighboring county. They were trying to get a 15-mile backbone between schools, and so that it was like, what would you guys charge? I said, well, let me get this to engineering. They came back with $250,000 for 15 miles of fiber. It's like, the guy I was talking to, he's like, well, wow, I was quoted $700,000. So, you know, that's kind of the advantage that we bring to the table. We're very unique, I'm finding, in this industry. Most people in this industry use contractors. So this estimated cost of just over $3.8 million for the county, that's actually very realistic, and that would provide fiber to the premise to every home, business, school, bank, whatever you want to say, within the city limits of these communities. So we've been spending a pretty good amount of time in the county talking. We identified that, the community up at Jacobs Creek is very underserved, so we did add that in there. And then Aliceville, we've been in Westphalia for quite a few years, and we've gotten a lot of feedback from community in Aliceville too. So we added those two little communities, even though they're not, municipalities themselves, they're unincorporated, but we added those in just based on public feedback, so. That's the project. It covers approximately 2,300 homes, that many of those don't have access to reliable internet today. Even with our wireless, we can't reach every home, trees, things like that, obviously. Hurt wireless providers, we believe in wireless. Our main network is wireless, but we feel that the future, the long-term, reliable, future-proof medium is fiber to the home. So that's kind of our focus right now. So, in our proposal, we know that with talking to the community that, Coffee County is one of the more progressive counties, and you have a fiber backbone already, that was started years and years ago. This, I believe, in our world, the big buzzword, if you will, is diversity. We want diversity in providers. We buy hundreds of gigabits of connections throughout Kansas to provide service to all our wireless pops, right? We don't want to buy that from one company. If that one company goes under, has a problem, we want diverse connections. And so we feel that this brings a level of diversity to the county that's not there today. As part of this proposal, we would lease back this backbone that we would be constructing to the county on a long-term, no-cost lease, which brings the county options. You would have redundancy. You could maintain both, but you have more options than you have today. So that's a major foundation of our proposal, is that we would lease that new infrastructure back to the county. So, go ahead.
We just spent over $2 million. We just gave someone over $2 million to put fiber optic in a couple of years ago. And
Okay.
I find it amazing you're gonna do 15 miles for how much? $250,000?
Yes.
And we paid $50,000 for 1 mile for that. But what I see in the map here is actually coming over, some of these are actually where this other fiber optic runs.
Okay.
Would you be leasing from them, or you be putting new in?
Our proposal is to put new in.
Okay.
We like to own our infrastructure. We feel it gives us better control.
Okay, and you were gonna go right up 75 to Highway 50, right?
That's our current proposal.
Where
If we want to move forward with this, we would do more in-depth engineering and just make sure, it may be better to jump over on a different mile section based on whatever the case is.
Okay, the other did jump over another mile because
Right.
part of the time they did. Okay.
Well,
I'm just curious, since it's already there, what is our advantage to putting another one beside it?
Like I said earlier, diversity and being able to not have to rely on one single point of failure. And then, the advantages, I think our proposal is to lease this back at no charge. So, there could be a cost savings there as well in the future. And I know you're on a long-term lease currently, but, so a lot of this is looking to the future. One other difference I think that sets us apart is the infrastructure we're putting in here is 10 gigabit cable to the home. So we're looking 30 years down the road. We want this to be relevant. We don't want to have to come in and upgrade this, in the next 5 years. We want that, we're building, much higher levels of service in than we would actually need to do this, because we're looking 30 years down the road.
What basically would be the cost to a home to get this?
We have a standard $75 installation, and that's the entire cost that the consumer would see. And there is pricing as well in the book here. So this is and one of the major tenets of our company is this pricing here that you see is going to be almost exactly what you pay. There's a little bit of sales tax. Since we started, we've never put people in a contract. I don't feel like the best way to keep customers is by holding a piece of paper over their head. I feel like the best way to keep the customer is providing a service that just works, right?
It's
So-
a guaranteed price for how long?
We have traditionally never raised prices.
Okay, because Mark, and maybe you could help me, you right there, I think the other company just raised theirs, like, what, $20 a month or something?
Cannot tell you for sure.
It's a strong.
So 5 years ago, we'll just take wireless, our $105 plan, which is our highest level of speed, was only 10 megabits. We didn't raise that price, but we did up that to 25 megabits, and last year, we were able to up that to a 40 megabit plan on wireless. So our way of doing business is just transparent, this is a product that works at a fair price. We don't raise prices. We generally just raise the speed that you get for the price. So our other big major tenets on our service itself is we don't like hidden fees. Like on my cell phone bill, I don't like hidden fees, so we include all the equipment at no additional charge, and we include equipment protection at no additional charge. So it's really what you see is what you get. There's about 50 to 60 cents worth of tax on this, and your price every single month is going to be 55 or 55 and some change for the tax, and that includes everything. So we're big believers in just transparency. Here's a fair product at a fair price. So
My only issue with the previous wire, fiber that is laid along the county road is I think and I was not in the seats when that all was going on. I think it was sold to come across as fiber to everybody that was along that route. But to my knowledge, not one person along the original fiber line has fiber optic available.
There are some areas.
You do?
I know one.
Yeah,
You know one?
there are a few areas where it is available to the premise as it passes. This proposal is specifically a proposal to get it to every home
In the city limit.
within the city limits of these communities. That's specifically what our goal is. Our goal is not to build a backbone. Our goal is to get service to the home. So that is the goal of this project, is service to the home.
Would you consider possibly different route if we've already got it up 75, we've already got it on 50, would you consider a different route?
Absolutely. Like I
To
said,
the city.
if the commission wants to move forward with something, we can get guys on the ground with, probes, and we'll find where all the rock is, and there may be better routes or different routes. This is just our bird's eye view, so to speak, of what we think we would do in the county and our projected cost. So I don't expect the cost to change much unless we start adding miles, right? So if we add a bunch of miles, that could go up some, but, this is I think a very fair cost. There's a packet floating around, I think right there. We spent 3 or 4 days in the community, talking, and that was one of the things that we heard a lot, was one gentleman on city council told me, that he makes a phone call to the local competitor once a quarter for the last 7 years, trying to get them to build fiber up to his home, and the answer is always no. And so that is a major sticking point in the community. You'll see that in these letters. We do have letters of support. There are copies from the two cities in the back of all of your packets, but from Lebo and Gridley, and then we were not able to, they did motion to approve a letter of support in Waverly. We were not able to get a copy of that before this morning's meeting, so.
I think the difference, this is what I see, and I was here when the other was there. I think the other company came in, and their point was going to be to get all the schools
Yes,
connected to it. But I also understood, and I don't think that it happened, was that when you get it in your community, people will be able to hook right onto it, and I don't think that has happened.
that's our understanding as well.
And I take it that you're more focused on the individuals out there.
We kind of come at it from the other way. We're trying to get to the individuals, and then if the backbone that we lay is of an advantage to the county to do what you're already doing,
Right.
we're throwing that in, so to
I
speak.
think with the investment we made, we had informed the people that it was pretty well gonna be available to everyone, and I'll be honest, I think we misinformed them.
And that could be, all I know is our goal as we spread this product to the county, the surrounding counties, you know, I'm expecting to see Anderson County be fiber to the home in the next 5 years. Wilson County, we're doing the same thing. We just actually completed a 26-mile backbone into Fredonia, through rock and everything else. We had to buy a rock saw to do it. But that's our goal is the homeowner and the business owner. And that's why these letters, we went and got these letters. I was actually somewhat overwhelmed with the level of support that we were not expecting to get that level of support in the 2 or 3 days that we spent out in the community. I think that there is a hunger, thirst, whatever you want to call it, in the county for reliable broadband, based on what we found there. I think if we spend a serious amount of time doing it, I think we get 1,000, 1,500 letters, so.
And you're looking at the ARP funds to basically...
That's what is spurring the conversation. ARPA dollars are a very convenient way to push broadband. It allows for it, but we're not closing any source of funding. But ARPA does present a good opportunity. Right.
That's what I was gonna ask you, if there was grants for almost anything you want to do.
Oh, there is.
Is there major
It just depends
grants?
on how many people you want to hire for the paperwork.
Yeah, paperwork's is the issue.
Right.
Is there grant funds available for a project like this?
ARPA does allow for it, and I understand that the county is not receiving anywhere near $3.8 million in ARPA. There are some other possibilities. And I intended to include it. We were one of only 10 companies in the state last year that was awarded a grant through the State of Kansas Broadband Office, Office of Broadband Development. That's a 10-year project. This year, we're submitting 6 communities, 2 communities in Lyon County, a few in Osage, and some in Franklin. And so that's a 10-year project. You know, let's say we couldn't bite this all off with ARPA dollars. You know, that is, we could sure pitch that in next year's broadband acceleration grant and maybe knock some of those off with it. There's definitely communities in here that would fit that bill for that grant as well. There's USDA. We're evaluating whether USDA is not too onerous on the paperwork. There's a USDA grant right now that we're looking at submitting for. And actually, I just remembered, if we get that USDA grant, I believe that will actually build out to Aliceville. It would cover Aliceville and Westphalia. So that is, we are actually looking at that right now. So, but yes, to answer your question, we are open to other whatever funding source we can do to get it as far as we can. So,
What's construction time on a project like this for a county?
I wouldn't want to give you a good firm number, but just shooting from the hip and without talking to my construction team, I think we could do this entire project within 1.5 to 2 years.
2 years or less?
Or less, yeah. For some perspective, we partnered with Anderson County to do Garnett and Greeley in late 2020 with Spark Care funding. And we built that was at a deadline at the end of the year. So we built Greeley out in less than 2 months, full start to finish. You know, we were providing service within 2 months. So we can move. That's one of the major advantages. We don't have to wait on contractors to finish up the project in North Dakota. We just send our guys out and do it. So we're very light on our feet. We're very efficient. So, you know, we can do these things at costs that others can't because we're doing it in-house. So.
Do you have references that we could check through?
I think any of the
And
cities.
as new as it is, it may be hard to...
Yeah, and that may be hard to quantify some of those things. You know, the city of Iola, I think I'd push you to them. We've been in Iola the longest. It's our hometown. Iola's not completely finished. We're looking to maybe use some ARPA dollars to push through and finish the rest of town there. Iola, I think Garnett would speak well of it. They haven't had it for very long, but I think so far it's gone all right. Oswald, I mean, you could probably reach out. I don't know if a lot of the administration that was there when we did that is no longer there, so I don't know if anybody there would really be able to speak to that, but, Fredonia, I know they'd speak highly of it. Altoona and Thayer are still under construction, so those, not a good chance to really get some good reference there, but I would encourage you to reach out to any of them, really, I think.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of what sparked this conversation would be that we do have the ARPA funds where we were gonna basically give another company to provide wireless.
Absolutely.
That's why you're here.
That was one of the things
We
that,
discovered that has to actually be bid out, am I correct, Bobby?
yep,
South
and I think the deadline's Friday for that, yeah. So,
Okay.
right, Friday.
I've never been in that position before.
So we're still playing around with what we want. We intend to file a proposal for that. As a wireless company, and really knowing that business, being in it for 15 years and having the footprint that we do not feel that wireless is the best way to handle that. It may be fastest, but you're still going to struggle with reliability and reaching every single person with wireless. So we're trying to decide if we want to just kind of tear this down into those 4 communities and maybe throw in Jacobs Creek and Aliceville and not do Burlington. And he's going to start cussing, but not do New Strawn right now, since it wasn't in the RFP. But so we're toying to see what we want to do there, and we struggle to. We don't want to leave. We could do it with wireless, I'll say that, and we may submit a wireless RFP or proposal.
Well, I think that's the only way the other company was going, was all wireless. There was,
I guess what I'm saying is I'd like to be apples to apples instead of.
Right. So I can.
I'm guessing you could do better for.
I can.
Same.
We can do better. We struggle with that because we hate doing something that we wouldn't normally do. You know, we hate saying we can do this when it's not the best way to do it, I guess. Let me put it that way. So we can do it, we can do wireless, we can do it well. I think we have the most wireless coverage in the county already. We already cover all 4 of those communities with, our wireless product.
I was noticing that. I did not know.
I think the biggest thing that Quickcom struggles with in the county is people haven't had a chance to hear about us. We see that a lot. We do not have the brand recognition, the name recognition in Coffee County that we have in the rest of eastern Kansas, because we've stayed out of the county as respect for another company that was here. So it's going to take us time to build that recognition up. And I think I'm seeing, I've got just dozens and dozens and dozens of customers in Waverly that we've had for a long time. I think Waverly knows about us, but the rest of the county hasn't heard yet. So
We see your van go through, but we don't know what it stands for.
Right, exactly. Quickcom has we built that coverage in eastern Kansas up to Nebraska. We built that off of word of mouth. We spend hardly any money on marketing. It's all, this neighbor gets it and tells their neighbor, and then they want it, and then they tell their neighbor, and we'll go build Garnett out, and then all of a sudden Richmond wants us to come up, and so we go to Richmond, and now it's Princeton, and that's how we grew this, is by name recognition. And just the contract thing is huge. I can't keep a customer. I have no way to keep customers without providing service that works. So the service just works, and that grows itself. So
do you anticipate that down the road you will be able to serve every household in Coffee County?
Fiber to the farm, I think within the next 10 years.
Not necessarily fiber, but be able to service them. Some of it would be wireless.
Fiber's the only way you're ever going to truly service every home. And you're going to I'll use my dad as an example. He was actually one of the founders of the company. He started in Elsmore, Kansas. We live 2 miles from Elsmore Lake. And he doesn't have rock on his property, he has a rock. He lives on one rock. And Croccan would not sell. He was doing database administration back at that time. And Croccan would not upgrade his connection. He could get dial-up, but it wasn't enough. So he, if you know anything about ILEX and the way that works, they have to resell that connection. So he talked MCI into giving him a T1 connection. MCI then went and told Croccan, well, we sold this, you have to build it. So Croccan ended up rock sawing 6 miles of new copper to get my dad a T1 connection. He ended up with 7 T1s by the time it was all said and done. And the moral of the story is you're going to have to rock saw 6 miles to get this farm that lives in the bottom of a hole that's surrounded by 100-foot trees. There's no way wireless can ever do it. Unless you make them buy a $100,000 tower to get above it all. You're gonna be stuck rock sawing, 6 miles of rock
So
to get
what-
to somebody.
So what percentage of the county do you think you can eventually end up?
Just on today's current wireless coverage, and we have a few locations within the county that are not built out yet, we haven't got to, so we will increase wireless coverage. Let's take Jacobs Creek as a good example. We have people on staff that can also have built towers too, so we could easily go build a tower in Jacobs Creek and expand that. So if you're talking wireless, we could probably get to within 80 to 90% based on current coverage, I think. Current and just a couple future spots, so.
Okay, well, this is the third or fourth time I've heard your presentation, so.
That's right.
It gives me other places we can
I,
go in. So,
For some reason, I recognized him, but not you.
I'll be honest, I think what you're telling us is what we anticipated at the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think it's what we got.
Right. And I'll state it again, our goal is the end user, our goal is the home and the business. That's the backbone and the advantage to the county is secondary to us. Our goal is that end user, that's been our goal from day one. Dad, he got this T1 so he could do databases, well that's $700 a month, he can't afford a T1, so we went and talked to 30 neighbors. And he said, hey, if we split this up and I'll just beam it over to you wirelessly, we'll share this cost. And the way he tells the story, unfortunately, they went and told 30 of their own neighbors. He ended up with 300 customers. So, that's been our goal from day one, is the areas that can't be reached and just providing a good product, a product that works. So, that is our goal, is the end user.
If we take a serious look at this and don't entertain it for 3 or 4 years, or 5 years, does that 3.8 go up to 5, or does it come down because of?
Depends on what material does, probably. I don't expect
But
labor
everything
to
gets a
go
little
up.
bit cheaper in the internet line or in the.
Right now, material's getting more expensive. You're having to spend $17,000 to get a freight container over from wherever it's coming
Because we're in a
from.
ballgame, Mike.
Right.
Don't
It
have
could,
to-
it could go back down. We don't know what's gonna happen right now with, not being able to get containers off ships. It's insane right now. Some pricing has doubled.
It's here, they're just sitting out on the bay.
Right. Yeah, just sitting out there. I mean, it's all there. You gotta find somebody to go get it, so. But, 5 years down the road, I think we'll still be, we may submit for some of these communities on other grants and just do it anyway. This is kind of an opportunity to jumpstart, this is a big, just let's do it all project, but it doesn't have to be that way, so.
How much Arbor funds is available towards a project like this?
Bobby, you got that answer?
The total was 1.5.
Yes, Coffee County received 1.5. Now, their project is 3.8.
3.8, yep.
So even if we utilize 100% of the ARPA funds that we have been allotted, we couldn't accomplish this project. But some funds could be used. Yes, the ARPA funds can certainly be used for what he's proposing. We have what's available.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but my mind goes back to, you said that, trying to word it correctly. The other company wanted X amount of dollars, which would be a lot less than this.
Yes.
So now we're throwing out 3.8. That's not apples to apples.
It's not.
If you take the 4 communities that are on the RFP, we're at 1.7. based off of
When
these
it's still
numbers.
not
It's still not
apples to
half a
apples.
million, no.
So,
And that's fiber to the home, right.
yeah.
So it's not apples to apples. What I was trying to get at earlier, I can do wireless for that, probably better than that price. We just don't think it's the best way to do it, but if that's the only way to do it, we're open to doing that, so.
I'm not saying it's the only way to do it,
Right.
I'm just saying, in the bidding industry.
We're in between a rock and a hard place.
Everybody wants to be apples to apples. I
Right,
mean,
right.
well, that's,
No, I think our experience in the wireless industry for the last 15 years and our footprint speaks to the fact that I can do it, we can do it, we can provide the wireless to these 4 communities. And if that's the road that the county wants to go down, we can sure do that. I'm just saying, if money was no object, which it is, but if money is no object, this is the way we would do this, so.
and I guess a better way to explain myself, if Southeast Kansas is telling us, but to use the ARPA funds, you have to bid it out, you basically got one bid going one way, one avenue, now we got a bid going another avenue, so do we need to get another bid going that avenue?
For fiber to the home?
Or do we just need to get a bid going
May I
the
jump in?
other avenue?
And I think both of y'all realize I do support the diversity. Mr. Bob has preached on that, Commissioner Saresic has preached on that. I believe in that. You do
Yeah.
need more diversity, because right now the county is hooked in with one main provider because of the project that was done years ago. So there's this existing fiber backbone that exists in Coffee County through another company. You are proposing the same thing, but extending actual fiber to home in
Correct.
the proposal you've got. The current backbone we have is not fiber to the home. The RFP that we're issuing is broadband connectivity off of that backbone via satellites on high points, towers, other high points, to broadcast wireless to homes in these communities, the same communities you're talking about. And I do hope you respond to the RFP, but yes, it's not apples to apples. What they're
Correct.
proposing is fiber to the home. It would seem superior to the direction we're headed. That would be preferable as fiber to the home. And there is an avenue that we've discussed, irregardless of the broadband project we're doing now, using the money that we have to work with. Your project, because it meets so many of what was promised by the commissioners, there is funding coming down the road.
Right.
That
In fact,
would-
the state is gonna have funding, I think, later this year,
Yes,
so.
that the commissioners certainly need to re-entertain and ask you guys to come back and speak on this.
Right.
And to be able to give that apple-to-apple fiber to the home, look at things, whether we go out to, issue an RFP again, or whether you're welcome to have direct conversations with QuickCom.
Right.
How much, basically, what's a ballpark figure for your 57 miles of backbone?
Good rule of thumb there, I think the backbone is figured at about $4 a foot, somewhere in there.
Well, and the reason I asked that, and kind of go along with what Tom said, I can fully understand why the other companies do it cheaper, because we already gave them over $2 million. They already have the backbone that the county has already paid for.
Right.
But I don't feel that the county's getting, and what guarantees we're still gonna get what we.
Right, and my
I
understanding.
guess that's my question.
My understanding, maybe Bobby can correct me if I'm wrong, is that is owned by MT. That infrastructure is owned and is being leased back, so we're really not saying anything different here. Our difference is we're proposing to lease it back at no cost, so that's really the biggest difference there, so.
So, without having the fiber backbone that you would lay to the individual towns throughout the county to run
The wireless.
the wireless, how can you supply the wireless and have a good traffic
Yeah.
for your wireless signal for returns?
So we run
Because you don't
probably
have fiber.
terabits of data every single day across eastern Kansas. I have fiber pops scattered throughout the state that feed usually around 10 to 15 towers, and we move a lot of those bits with multi-gig licensed backhauls. And so,
Through fiber?
not fiber, it's wireless backhaul,
Okay.
but it's licensed. We're the only operator allowed to operate on that frequency.
Right.
And with licensed backhauls, we can move multiple gigabits.
But the more
And I can
people
move
use-
enough, I can't move as much as fiber, I will say that. But I can move enough to these communities over wireless backhaul with using licensed backhauls that I can service those. I think what you're getting at is our RFP would not be fiber-fed POPs,
Okay,
because we can't fit that into $500,000.
because you don't have the
Right,
fiber there to
right.
work with.
And so that,
Unless you
we're
have
behind,
pipelines.
we're behind the 8 ball on that RFP because of that.
Yep.
But our proposal would be to license backhaul those POPs. We are ahead of the 8 ball because I already have leases in all 4 of those communities. I already have leased space, so, you know, I'm already broadcasting off of locations within those communities, so. We have pros and cons both ways, but no, our RFP would not include fiber-fed towers. We just can't do it, not for that cost. And if we were going to lay that backbone network, I'd just build fiber to the home. I wouldn't put
Better
up
than
wire.
dealing with the antennas and
Right.
everything.
And I can guarantee service to every home.
Right.
I'm not dealing with this one guy that lives, you know, he's got 400 trees between him and wherever, so. If I was gonna run a backbone to feed those towers, I'd just build fiber to the home. I wouldn't mess with the wireless, so. And that's coming from a wireless company, so.
So you would just service the inside the city limits of the
Up front,
communities?
all of this infrastructure would be built with fiber to the farm in the forecast. I see the federal government within the next 5 to 10 years, similar to rural electrification, doing rural fiber. I think it's gonna happen. There's $42 billion that's supposed to go to that at some point. We'll see how much that actually makes it to the ground, or how much of it goes in AT&T's pocket. But $42 billion I don't think is enough to do rural fiber to the farm, but I think it'll happen. And so, this infrastructure, there'd be a handhold at every mile down the backbone, you know, so that we can go off this mile and get these 10 houses and go off that, you know. As we build this, we'll build it with that in mind. But fiber to the farm is not going to be locally funded. It's just, it's too hard to, there's too much dollars, you know. You look at that rock slide 6 miles to get one house, so. But, so, we don't know what the county's resources are. I mean, we're presenting a project that is obviously higher than the ARPA dollars. You know, we don't know what resources you have to throw at this. Just know that we're flexible. If you wanna do part of this, all of this, none of this, you know, we hope it's not none of it, but, we're open to partnering with the county to whatever level the county's able to, so.
Any more questions?
Did I miss anything?
Bobby, you
I
got
don't know why
any-
John Terry ever comes, I always talk more than he does, so.
It does sound like it's something we gotta need to take a very serious look at.
If the commissioners want the letters of support, I can leave those, or we do have copies, so.
Okay, that's fine.
Whichever.
Yeah, I mean,
The deadline being Friday.
We can put in an RFP. I mean, we intend to. I don't know if you have to go with either one,
No, they can,
so.
But,
If we need more time,
I mean, if we don't go with either one, is there more time to restructure what we're trying to accomplish, so to speak?
yes, you could.
Okay,
Uh,
so I mean, I've heard of bid letting just being put off just because of,
ARPA, you don't have to do anything with that money until '24,
yes, but if other
and then you have
streams-
you have '26 to build it,
Correct,
so.
correct, with the existing pool, but if there's other streams who wanna show we've spent the money
Right.
that we've had, at least projects in the hopper.
I will also say, because we're doing this in many other communities, ARPA dollars can also be used to match state money.
Yes, yes,
So if there is state money coming down the road, ARPA could be used as a match. So our state projects that we're doing are 50/50. The state grants 50%, QuickCom does the other 50%, and the state is allowing up to 50% of that match, so, and that can be ARPA dollars to make that. So, in other words, Coffee County could partner with us on the 50%, and we would each cover 25% of the cost, and ARPA dollars can be used for that. So, I mean, there's lots of options there. ARPA dollars cannot be used to match federal dollars.
Correct, because they are.
It's already federal dollars.
Right.
Yeah.
But we did learn that ARPA can be used for state money, so.
So can we just postpone this request for
I would,
proposal?
I'd go ahead and receive the
and
bids.
And restructure what we're trying to accomplish? I mean, it's a
I
suggestion
mean,
only.
that's fine with me. We've definitely,
You know what I'm saying?
I think we've
With
only
this
got
new-
one more chance to get it right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
That'd be less chances than I've seen other counties do, so.
I would suggest before you take measures like that, actually sit down with QuickCom and even MT and have that practical discussion of, so the citizens that you got their support for, they want service now, right? And that's something that has not been done. This wireless project, for good and bad,
Right,
it would accomplish that for the most part.
right.
It would give them the service they need right now. And that's what is important, is that service right now.
So my argument,
Yes?
I've already got it. It's already there. So I just need to do better marketing.
How much of the county can it cover in wireless?
Currently,
At a percentage.
this is gonna be very shoot from the hip. I can probably come up with more firm numbers, 70%. And the focus is on the towns. So that's where our focus is. You know, I have towers within every town that's in the RFP currently.
Yes,
So-
let's dive just a little bit deeper though. The quality of service that exists, that's available, yes, if somebody
Right.
will pay you
Right.
X amount, you can provide, what's your highest level?
40 megabits.
40 megabits.
Yep,
What about, up and down?
40 by,
40 by 8, I think.
is it 8 up? Yeah,
So the requirement that we get, meet,
800 by 20.
yes, 100 by 20, is that something that you could meet with your current level of service?
That would be where we would participate in the RFP. We would have to upgrade the infrastructure in those 4 communities to be able to deliver 100 by 20. Yes, that's true.
So part of the ARPA project, that is, the RFP that's out there now, is to have 100 by 20 up and down, which is superior to what is currently being served.
Right,
That means new equipment would have to be bought, whether it's MT or you.
right,
So yes, both, there's multiple providers that service wireless right now, but they're not serving good wireless.
right.
It's affordable for them, for their economics, so what this grant money's doing is subsidizing, this project
Right.
subsidizing providers to be able to provide that great service to the areas that don't have great service. And connectivity, if you look on the federal map,
Mhm.
everybody's covered. All
yeah.
Coffee County's covered, but we're not. Our
Correct.
citizens are not covered. So that's something only the small guys know. You've been screaming to the top of your lungs, hey, the Fed's lying. We
Yep.
need, service. So this RFP project, before you scrap it and go a different direction, there's ways to accomplish what they're proposing and to have connectivity now.
true, but if I'm a contractor and I came up and knowingly, so to speak, when MT came to us and said, for X amount of dollars, we're gonna do this.
Mhm.
We kinda said, okay, we'll use the ARPA funds and do it. And now we find out it's gotta be sent out for proposals.
I agree with,
So I guess what I'm saying, you already know what your competitor's bid is.
right.
So if we're gonna take bids, I don't think that's fair.
Fair.
I agree
don't
with,
think it's fair.
I agree with what Bobby's saying in principle, that nobody is offering 100 by 20 in the county today. And I also agree with the speed factor, you know. Wireless is probably the fastest way to do it. The only argument I make is QuickCom, if we were just go build those 4 communities with fiber to the home, and we had the dollars to do it, QuickCom can do that we built Greeley in 2 months, you know. These towns are not much different than Greeley. There's a little bit of backbone to do, you know. within 6 months, 6 months to a year, I think we can build those 4. It's not as fast as wireless, and that is, but the argument I have is, do you put $500,000 to wireless and then go overbuild that with fiber later? I mean, that, you can do that. That's definitely one way to do it. It's balancing priorities, right?
I would ask the
And
commission,
that's
before you
your
make
job,
a
not
decision,
mine.
one way or the other, proceed with the current RFP.
Right.
But also have a sit-down with QuickCom and whoever else, another provider or two, and ask these real questions that I think they are superior in what they're proposing. And they can certainly play a part in Coffee County.
And I'm happy to sit down one-on-one with whoever wants to. That's, as you can tell, it's hard to shut me up, so.
Do you have an installation team that goes around and does all this?
Yep.
Or do you contract that out?
Nope, it's all, and it's usually local. So if we were to do this project, I'd be hiring 1 or 2 guys within the county to do the installations themselves, if not more, depending on, based on our letters of support and the hunger that we saw in just the 2 or 3 days, I think we'd be swamped. I'd probably have to hire more people to keep up with it. And we're seeing that in Garnett and Osawatomie as well. You know, the hunger is just, our guys are having a hard time keeping up, but it is all in-house, you know. We have a huge thing against contractors. We feel like you can find good contractors, but it's hard to do. Having your own people that you can train to do it your way, and you can get some quality assurance there. So we don't do anything in our company with outside help for the most part. I mean, maybe some very high-level networking stuff, but we're big believers in doing it ourselves because we think it'll get done right. So.
Well,
I was going to pass out some cards.
yeah, sure. Sit on it, think about it.
And we can definitely put, we intend to put in a proposal, so, one way or the other. And we may put 2 in, we may put a fiber in and a wireless one in, so.
Take proposals, I mean, it's not, we have to accept them both. You don't have to accept any,
Right.
but and we can make a decision based off that. Because we have the, in the end, we have the ultimate decision on whether that money gets spent or not.
Correct.
So,
One last thing I'll mention, and I don't think it's a requirement, but I know the ARPA language, as we've read it, strongly suggests wireline. It does not say you have to, I'm not saying that you have to do wireline, but I know the ARPA dollars are geared towards wireline projects.
Not wireless.
Not wireless, right. And so, as we talk to other counties and other communities, we are not pitching any ARPA projects for wireless. We're strictly doing wireline. Not saying we wouldn't participate in wireless, but that is our focus, is wireline, so. Because we feel it's the better medium. It's the one that you can rely on for the next 30 years or
It's a
more.
little more long-term.
Yep. So.
I would ask one thing, before the commission ends its meeting today, if the commissioners would consider setting aside some time to really have that technical discussion about where we're at, what the needs are, and strategically be able to use some of the grant money we have and also some of the money that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm all for the diversity that is available with a QuickCom project. But I ask you to make those decisions not lightly, to actually discuss them in detail and have deliberation. And it's a complicated, complex scenario
Absolutely.
Coffee County's in. And there's a way for us to accomplish everything and not drop the ball, so to speak.
Are these discussions that, because you're way above me, which don't take much at times, but is these discussions that IT operators in the county need to be sitting in, like Brad?
Absolutely.
Maybe like Coffee House Systems?
Right, yep. And I will say, we've been speaking with
Fiber board.
Doug Vanderlyn and Fiber Board as well.
Have more-
Actually, their proposal, the proposal we took to them up front was Lebo, Waverly, and Neustron. And they said that they couldn't support that because it wasn't big enough. So, this is big, this is bigger.
IT operator Burlington.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Schools,
But
so-
that,
Yep.
and I'll just say it out, that board is the one who's supporting the Catasco we did with the other company,
Yep.
they supported it 100%.
I'm a big believer in transparency and talking to whoever wants to listen. So schools, you know, am I correct that we've already spoken with the super in Waverly, or am I thinking of something different?
No.
Okay. Any school board that we talk to is generally gangbusters for, you know, expanding broadband. And that's an important point. You know, 2020 and the pandemic exposed a huge vulnerability in the broadband to the consumer. You know, your schools are well served with this backbone that you have. They don't have a problem. But the kids at home that have to school from home and the people that have to work from home, you know, Burlington is a bedroom community for Topeka. I assume a lot of those people in 2020 had to work from home. And is the broadband there to do that? And so that's, you know, that is a huge vulnerability. And that's why ARPA allows for broadband spending, is because of that. So, you know, that's why our goal is to provide this service to the consumer first. And if it can advantage the county, we're more than happy to do that, so.
Up at Lebo, from 8 o'clock to 3:10, 3:15, the internet's fine. 3:15.
Yep.
Goes down, because all the kids are getting home, getting on their computers or their phones or doing, and it just chewing it up.
And
But over the last year and a half, I think it's been a lot better.
a lot of it's gone back, you know, and it's because they're going back to school. People are going back to work. I will say, based on our traffic levels, it's still way higher than it was pre-2020.
I agree.
In fact, so just quick little sidebar here. Every time the Chief games start, we watch our graphs up at Kansas City go up. And then when the Chiefs game ends, it goes back down. So we can see all that. And yeah, the traffic levels are, I would say, still way higher than they were in 2020. One of the stories I used to evidence that, in early 2020 in Garnett, we did not used to have a fiber point for our wireless in Garnett. So early 2020, everybody got sent home. All the kids got sent home. Our network in Garnett was just getting absolutely hammered. I mean, we couldn't keep up. So we identified we got to get some broadband here. So on Monday morning, we went and found a spot to lease to store some equipment. We sent our tower crew out. They built a tower. We called Kansas Fiber Network and ordered a circuit. We sent our fiber crew out to bore in lines to get to KFN. We ordered some licensed backhauls to get to a tower nearby, and within 3 days of deciding we needed that broadband, we inserted 2 gigabits of broadband into our network. No other company can do that using contractors. You know, contractors are 2 to 4 weeks out. We can do things like that. We can move very, very quickly because we just call all our guys up and say, hey, go build this. So.
See what the proposals come in.
Yep. Lot to think about.
Absolutely.
There's definitely a lot.
I agree.
I've always been a big push to get something better going in the county. You know, unfortunately, I'm 1.5 miles from the fiber and yeah.
Right. And we've seen that a ton in the county. You know, Newstrawn itself is a good example. You know, everybody on 75, that strip there can get fiber, but the community back behind, it's not available back there. Same thing in Gridley. You know, every community, there is some access to fiber, but the bulk of the town is not serviced. So there is a huge desire and a huge hunger for it. So. And you know, I will say we have been looking at this project for longer than we knew about the RFP. That's not what prompted us to come. We've been thinking about the county for a while now. Just haven't had a chance to get out here yet, so.
Well, you're right next door to us, would be a good place to go.
What's that?
You're right next door to us, so this would be a good place.
Absolutely. There's no reason not to be here.
If we
so.
decide to put it together.
Right. And we like that. We prefer not to send our guys to Lyon County. You know, we prefer to keep them close, so.
Well, we'll consider it, visit about it, think about it.
Well, you'll have my card. If you want to set up other meetings, even one-on-one meetings, I'm absolutely, you know, I'll fit into my schedule and we can but I'd love to be able to continue further the conversation,
Okay.
so,
I really appreciate your presentation.
absolutely.
Sounds down to earth and
We try. At the end of the day, we're old country boys from the middle of nowhere that just needs the internet,
your
so.
presentation further.
Appreciate all your time, and, feel free to holler, so.
All right, thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Now we're back to
Morning, Wade.
we want to save a little bit of that.
Stranger danger.
Tuesday, got court today,
Yep, double
double duty.
duty. It's too bad these people weren't more involved when we did the other project.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I had no idea that it was even an option.
I think that's who we're using on wireless, I think. Very good. So we wanna
Satellite.
do a little R&B before lunch? Or do we wanna go through
Wade have
roundtable?
anything for us?
Wade, you got anything new and interesting?
Things I find interesting.
We
you may
don't.
not. Or you don't. I think you move forward. I'm in a sort of a holding pattern with court. So I'll check back in, but I will need to request at some point a 15-minute executive session under the attorney-client. So I think you go ahead and move forward with Wayne. Are you here for?
I'm here to answer any questions that they may have regarding the operations of Road and Bridge, and some thoughts, so.
So I will tell you, at least on the road and bridge side, that what they do and when they go out and take care of the roads in other places in the country, that doesn't happen. And you get a little bit of snow on the ground somewhere else and it paralyzes that entire region of the country.
There's no doubt around that we have the best road and bridge snow removal
I'd agree.
team out there. You just travel to another county in an event, you'll see it.
I think it's
Don't have to go far.
underappreciated and they need to have, I think I come in and mention the jail staff and law enforcement, they need to be commended for getting out there and staying on top of what they do, because that's not easy, and keeping the roads clean and safe is a vital part of what they do.
Yep.
Nope,
It's a thankless job.
we are blessed to have what we got. We gotta decide whether we're gonna,
What direction?
advertise for an engineer, we're gonna advertise for road and bridge supervisor, and sub out, or contract out our engineering.
Well, I can see a benefit to contracting out the engineering, and having a road and bridge supervisor, so to speak. Boss, however you wanna look at it.
Under his research led us to 20 counties in the state actually have an engineer on staff, and I'm assuming those are some of the larger counties like Johnson and
The only one that I actually spoke to that has an engineer is Lyon County, and I know Wayne and I kinda talked and kinda had the same information on all the different, but here's that listing of counties, so if you want that of and some surrounding counties and how they are structured as, Lyon County was the only one that has an engineer.
Franklin County used to have one, and then they went to a land surveyor, and so he runs Public Works at this point. Lyon County's Chip Woods, he's been there for many years,
Greenwood, I don't believe, unless they have contract. I think, Osage County, word of mouth, or working with Cook Flat and Strobel perhaps. And then, Woodson County, I believe they're working with Cook Flat and Strobel. Anderson County, I thought was BG, but Andrea said that it's Cook Flat and Strobel, who they're working with. And so these consultants are available by, they'll call them up and say, hey, we got a project, or this is what's going on. And then they'll visit with them, their engineers will visit with them. I don't know if there's a charge on that, or the expectation is when a big job comes on, that they would basically get their fees at that time. So, and I believe, somebody had mentioned, Miami County, and it has a contract, they actually have a contract for a consultant firm. And so, but with that contract, they're basically showing up to the commission, so many hours in a given month, as I understand it.
These 6 counties listed, or 7 that don't have county engineers, do they have an engineering firm retained?
I would say that they have a relationship with an engineering firm,
They
not all of them.
wouldn't have put it out for 3 bids at every time?
I would say when it comes to a project, you would still be underneath the guidelines of the state and the application of the grant, whatever the grant's requiring. If
But
it's
up to
requiring a
that
qualifying,
Up to that point, just have hopefully one engineering firm you could work with.
that you'd be working with.
Yeah, you could put that out for like a 3-year bid for an
Yeah.
engineering firm to contract the services pricing, for a 3-year contract. And then if there's a project that needs to go, then you would take that RFP for engineering services. So you could split it out.
To me, it gives some stability if we had a 3-year contract with an engineering firm.
And you could do option of renewal at the end of the 3-year for an optional 2 or whatever, make it turn a total into a 5.
Yeah, that, or after the first year, add a year to it, just
Right.
have some consistency.
Right, and you don't really
If you
wanna
were
be,
satisfied with the people.
you don't really wanna be tied down to somebody either, maybe for 3 years.
Well, you'd want an out.
Yeah.
I wanna request an executive session for non-elected personnel for performance evaluation for 20 minutes, which is the commission,
Okay.
before we go any further.
Moves for, an executive session for, you said 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Commission, for non-elected personnel job performance.
I'll second.
Tom seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We will go in at 11 o'clock
How long?
for 20 minutes.
20.
We'll give a little time for stop. I did not have the motions for your
Okay, oh my God.
departments, but if you send me.
Okay.
On the hospital meeting, do you know how many rooms they need to?
No, for 20.
2. And do you know what time they need it from?
9 to 4. Okay, got it. Sorry, I didn't give you that info.
wasn't very quick. Oh, I'm sure it'll take longer when we bring it back. It is cold today. Kind of gloomy out there too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Something in the air now. I was having a sneezing fit. Oh my God,
I tell you, last week, well, we went to my other part of my family for Christmas, because we haven't got to do that yet. Then my nephew came down sick with a cold. And then my sister, and then Grayson, and me, and my mom. I was like, oh my gosh. But I'm just still kind of sinusy, I don't know.
Go away.
Yeah, there's so much stuff going around right now, I guess. Did you go to Topeka this weekend to get to?
Yeah, I feel like it was kind of a busy weekend, but nothing really exciting.
We went to Kansas City yesterday. I had a dentist appointment. What ate at Red Lobster, Grayson likes crab.
Oh, really? Oh, that is fun.
Yeah. I was tired after, I mean, usually I could go shopping all day or something, but I was just tired, so I was ready to go home and so get ready for today.
I'm trying to think. I feel like I got something accomplished this weekend. Now I can't think of what. It wasn't super exciting, but.
I did all my laundry, folded a bunch of clothes.
Yeah.
Dishes, of course, cooked. I was like, oh, I wish I could have like extra time to do like extra organizing or stuff like that.
Catch up on a little.
Yeah, like stuff that you don't always get to.
This month is already almost gone too.
Zooming into this new year.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh, you gotta walk past it. You gotta walk past it. Accidentally pushed the button. All right, we're back. The road and bridge discussion. Where we want to go? Do we want to outsource, contract the engineering part of Coffee County? And
I think we do. It seems to be the trend where to go.
Well, you'd want to advertise for a road and bridge, or a projects manager, I guess would be a better terminology. Projects manager, for a month or so, and cast as large a net as you can.
in-house and out-of-house, and house.
Anybody can apply.
Anybody can apply. Do we want to contact several of the engineering firms for a proposal of services?
Yeah, we talked
To get a price?
to Cook Flat, we talked to B&G, and then, there was one other that, when we was doing the, community development thing, so.
Swab Eaton.
Swab Eaton,
Thank you.
There's probably 4 or 5 good engineering firms out there.
There's probably more.
You could advertise that as well.
Yeah, right, that's what I'm saying, advertise that
Well, I
for like an RFP to contract services to the county for engineering services. So then you draw a line in the sand what that's gonna cost hourly, I believe. And then when you have a project that comes in, then you contract out who the engineering service is gonna be, rather it be the one that you have on contingent or somebody else.
And prior to proposals on that, we could have conversations with those engineering firms, to make sure everybody's on the same page as what the responsibilities are or are not.
Right.
So you're looking at a request for proposal for consultant firms for a county engineer
for Coffee County.
Yeah.
And then at that point, your regional ones, have been Cook, Platte and Strobel, Schwab Eaton, and, BG Consultants. Then Call Valley just recently has just basically a office with a phone at this point. It has one individual working out of it, but it's an office with a phone. He's not an engineer, but, he's working the area, and so you have Call Valley as the other one.
If we retain an engineer specifically to engineer our projects, does that need to be somebody absolutely not tied to any of the 4 engineering firms that's gonna be putting it finally together? Is there a conflict of interest?
Okay, so if you have that engineering firm, that a lot of times what you're gonna have is if you have grants, you're gonna have federal funds tied into the state funds. And if you do that, then you're gonna have to follow their bidding procedure, their qualified base selection, to have that engineering firm do the work for you. If you're spending your own money, then it would be underneath your guidelines as far as the process for acquiring services. And so if you have a small project and you say, well, this is gonna be 100% of our money, and you're wanting to do that, then all you're doing is following your policy as far as your purchasing policy, and that would be for services. And so whatever you feel comfortable or guidelines that you'd have in that regard.
I think when we advertise, I think we're gonna get a lot more than just the big ones we talked about. Miami County does, their engineer is kind of a private firm, the last I knew. So I think you're gonna have a lot of more private, smaller firms probably that we might wanna bid on it too.
I'm not too sure that isn't a way to look, maybe a little bit in general up front. Reduce the opportunity for conflict of interest at a later date.
It'd be different projects, though, so I can't see the conflict. I mean, it'd be more of a weight question, but I mean, the community development deal, I know we got Cook Platte on that one, so I mean, if they won this one, it'd be a different project altogether, so I can't see it, but.
You can see where it'd be in their best interest to price it maybe a little cheaper, because they're already working with us on one thing too. It might be a benefit.
And you're right, there are other smaller firms out there, 3 of them just came to mind to me, so.
The one thing I'd ask for you to look at is professional services is not bid, okay? It's not a bidding process, it's not a bidding war, it's a qualified base selection. And then that's what the feds say, it's covered underneath the David Bacon Act. That's why when I've had this before, anytime that you have intellectual property concepts, it's not a bidding process, that's professional services. Anytime that you have something that anybody else can do under the same guidelines, say like for bridge inspections is only the one that I can come up to. Bridge inspections, that's a bidding process. Because every consultant is to perform that job. There's nothing basically that's unique about their evaluation that any other firm has. That's the only thing that you have as far as the bidding process. Otherwise, you're doing qualified base, and qualified base is how many people can you put on the job, what type of qualifications do they have, what type of experience that they have, can they, what's their references. Those are the things that you're looking at for qualified base. When you have an engineer that's basically by retainer, what you're looking at, then also that engineer too is going to be looking at what the state's putting out for memos and saying, hey, we're wanting to basically give you an opportunity to submit us your projects for grants, okay? So all of these things that I have done to this point has basically been responding back to and writing the grants for the high-risk rural road, Bridge 6A, cost share program, all of those things. And now what some counties do is they have that relationship with that consultant firm, is that consultant firm does it for free. Well, there's no such thing as a free lunch, but their expectation is to try to get that job, because they would still have to do the qualified base portion of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But in a sense, we are requesting bids from the elite, as you consider them.
You're
Because-
requesting proposals.
Proposals.
And the proposals.
Of what it's
gonna-
gonna cost us per hour from you.
It will be in it, but what they'll have is basically in your proposal, is you're evaluating how they can staff it, who they would staff it, and basically how their, maybe their references or what other, services they provide to other counties as county engineer. Not exclusive on the price.
It looks like
Sure, we
there's
can
enough
figure
counties,
that out.
looks like there's enough counties already doing engineering or retaining their engineering out. There ought to be some sources out there where we could
Oh,
get, a lot of sources, get some information to make that letter presentation.
Of the 105 counties, it used to be back in the day, they always had engineers or land surveyors, basically part of each one of the counties. We've reduced down less than 20-some county engineers. And so, but by statute, each county is to have a county engineer designated by statute. You can see that plaque hanging on my wall. It's basically approved by the Kansas Department of Transportation. You can also see Angie has a bond out for me as well, as a bond as far as the county engineer. Those are all part of it. All these counties are either doing it or they have a relationship with a consultant. That's basically part of their county engineer process.
You've got two options, A or B.
But we've had, the thing is prior to, you know, been here going on 15 years, prior to mine is we had a office administrator, and so that was the person that was taking care of like the motions and different things like that. We had the road supervisor, they were taking care of the crews, working with the office administrator, and then they had a county engineer, I don't believe was full-time at that time. And so, the three of them put it together. And what you'll find there is when you visit with Glenn, you guys know Glenn up in Osage County. Glenn's been the road supervisor for many years, and he's been working with a consultant firm up there, so they take care of the business as they need to. But office administrator has been something that we've had in the past, and that seemed to work for the size of the county that we're currently at. See, supervision works under committee. We all work together as far as any problems or questions that come up, and we all evaluate it together and come up with the best solution. It's not just one person solely in charge. That would be the wrong way if you don't have buy-in from the other groups. But Andrea can check that out and see what we done 15 years ago. But it was Hub, and he has passed on since, but Hub was the county engineer, but I don't believe he was full-time. Angie may have some ideas on that.
He was a full-time, he was like 2.5 days a week.
Yeah. So you had that as well.
Didn't
but
Fred Walrod do some stuff for us?
He's not an engineer.
He's just a surveyor.
He's a land surveyor.
Okay.
He got his license while he was still employed with the county, and then he had retired, months before I got here, and then since he's been out. But, up to him, what they had done is Fred was doing a lot of the projects, and acquiring the right-of-way such as that, and then they would go through. But see, at that time, we'd go through and build about 6 miles of gravel roads each year. Rebuild them, I mean strip them, go clear out the 70-foot right-of-way, and then we'd rebuild the road, rebuild the right-of-way, clear up to that point, putting in a new fence, 6 miles every year. And then we would get comments about $1 million mile roads that ended to nowhere. And we had a road out there that went to a county line. Our road was nice and wide, good 25-foot road surface, 70-foot right-of-way, come right into almost a cow path in the next county.
We still have that on Blacktop Road in the county that goes to a county line cow path.
Yes, but I didn't build that one. But that is
No,
correct.
but we have one of those.
That's, so it was one of those things to say, okay, do we need it or not? So when I started at 61 employees, that's why we're down to 52, is to say, do we need to do this? Do we need to actually go more towards the maintenance? And I know there's been a couple projects that's been big, but we've talked about this. I see we're going around the right way. We're going to fix it. But that's the reason why basically the numbers had went down.
and the equipment basically now are becoming available, because we're no longer using it.
And you don't have anybody under your wings that's coming in doing anything with the surveyor's license or anything like that?
They're gonna be several years in the making at this point. The license requirement to be, now, you're not gonna find a dual engineer licensed land surveyor licensed engineer. Like, there's very few of it. In the state itself, you have over 6,000 licensed engineers. You have less than 600 licensed land surveyors, and you have less than 100, and I think it's even less than that, that are actually dual, both licensed engineer and licensed land surveyor. So it's highly unlikely you're gonna find both. The license requirement has changed for the licensed land surveyor, is you're to have 4 years education, and then you also have 4 years basically in the surveying side of it. And if you have 4 years of the general ed degree, you still have 2 more years of the surveying degrees, classwork that you need to take as well. And only recently did they open up another school, and it's up in Kansas City that's available. And we have one employee that is looking at it right now. And that person would be capable if she was able to take those classes. So that is somebody that you could work into it. Now, what they're doing though is they're doing a lot of these classes online currently right now, but what they're asking for is a mentor to help them with the field work. And that's still an option. I've already committed myself to help that person right now. So, but that's gonna be several years in the making. Otherwise, the surveying that you have currently in the office is review of surveys. And this is something Gwen can visit with you about. But under the statute, what it is the surveys that are going into the register of deeds are to be reviewed by the county surveyor. And those are things I've been doing since I started, and she was charging $5 a survey. It just stayed the same. And so the surveys, and most of them are from Fred, but it's Fred and then also Steve Brosmer out of Emporia. And so all the surveys that are recorded, I review first, and then they get in there. The other surveying aspect in my office is anytime we do right-of-way. Right now, it's basically if a landowner would like to have the right-of-way staked along the road, as we have time, we will assist. And I have one person right now that's asking for some right-of-way. And then other than that, then we have basically any of our road projects. So we're acquiring right-of-way, so we acquired right-of-way along the Matthias Lake project, Native Road. Well, all of those, writing the legal descriptions, marking the right-of-way, required basically a licensed land surveyor to do that. And so those things, so if you don't have a licensed land surveyor, the only thing that they can do is measure from the center road, looking at the road records, and say this is the apparent right-of-way, or close to. Is it gonna get you in trouble? There's a lot of counties that do it right now. As long as it's not a major project, it's just a minor maintenance type project, for the most part, you're okay. But anytime you have any projects, say you're rebuilding a culvert or something like that, and you're gonna extend beyond the right-of-way, you better know where the right-of-way's at.
Mm-hmm. I see the smoke's gone.
Well, I just think all these things, I'm not saying they're an easy remedy, they can be remedied. I don't want to speak, I want to get my verbiage correct, so somebody don't take offense to anything I'm saying. I'm just saying, I understand the surveying part of it. I understand the engineering part of it. But I don't think it's gonna be that complex, if you will.
It's just stepping outside the shell that's
It's
been
just,
here.
yeah, exactly. You're stepping into uncharted waters
Right.
for us, which I don't think is gonna cause a tsunami of any sort. I think
It's just outside the comfort zone.
there'll be some trials and tribulations, I'm sure, but, yeah, that's
It
why, that's why I think if you get the correct projects manager in place, and kudos to everything that Wayne's done for us, he's done some good grant writing, get us Highway 50 accomplished, get the Highway 75 accomplished, things like that. You know, we're doing kind of the same thing right now with Cook Flat and Strobel, you know, this community development thing. I mean, they're gonna be looking at grants to get for us, and, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong at any given time, but I mean, they're doing everything he just explained for $50,000 as opposed to
Right.
$150,000.
So is 50 and 75 a done project now then? I mean, it's not, the project isn't done, finished.
The paperwork.
The paperwork is all done, we're going to continue on with that, I mean, it's.
Okay, 75 highway, that's a cost share program. I did not have time to do any design work on it. And so we have a proposal from the consultant that just came in the mail, and I had it in my lap because I had came up, but it just came through my email, and they want $120,000, I believe it was $120,000 to do the engineering on it. I'm gonna have to visit with them. I think the number's high. I think the number's really high for doing those 6 intersections, but.
I think you're gonna see that everywhere.
It's 10 to 15% is what they're gonna be charging, and that's the lump sum is what they're wanting to charge.
That 120, does that include to see it to the end as well? As far
Yes,
as
I told them turn.
As far as inspections, the whole.
No, not the inspection. It won't be the inspection. It'd be just the design to get it to bidding.
Okay.
And it'd be turnkey. I told them they had to basically make it turnkey. The only thing I took from them was to say if there was any right-of-way, which there should not be.
Okay, so I think Bob's main question is, the paperwork with the state's in place, that project is a go as long as we get the engineering firm to design it.
On 75, once we get that one done, for the most part, yes. Old Highway 50 is not. I'm doing the design work on that, and I'm still in the process of doing
The
that.
question is the paperwork with the state, I mean, do you have to have the design done before you get final approval from the state to say that money is yours?
It's kind of all tied together. The thing is that the money's already ours as far as the contract.
There, that's the question.
But the
So-
design is yet to be, because you have not finished. Yeah.
Okay. The money is ours. Can't be revoked.
Can be revoked.
Can be revoked.
If it's not done at certain times, can be revoked.
So you're looking at hiring an engineering firm for 75.
Yes, sir.
And you're doing the design on Old 50.
50.
For some reason, I thought that was the other way around. Anyway,
No.
So even though we're getting $2 million from the state,
2.7
we are actually designing it?
on Old 50, yes, and on 6A, yes. Because when I came in to ask for consultants on 6A, you said no. And then Old 50, the same error is to say that you can do it. So I went in and took it on, didn't ask.
Which will save money.
How's come when we did other state projects, we always had to go out and get another engineer to design?
We didn't do very many other state projects that I recall.
We did
the low water crossing down there by Gridley.
That was going to be low water.
It could not be basically designed in-house. Part of that grant money basically stated that it needed, because what it was an economic growth type grant where they wanted everything, and this is one that you guys done the work on, or done some work on. And so it required to basically all the inside, or no basically work could be done from the local authority, the county.
Okay, that's why I asked, because that.
On that particular one.
And we had a couple other bridges I think we've done.
The only other two I can
Didn't we do
think
one
of
out here
is
on Shetland?
the one over on 19th,
Those two bridges there.
Right.
Those were Schwab Eaton's. Those were basically part of the 5-year program, bridge program. And that was all part in the pipe work for design. So that was all done that way.
Okay.
The only other one that I can think of, the only other thing that we had, we've done, everything in-house for the most part. The only other thing that I had done outside was those, bridge decks, and that was to basically have that seal done onto it.
Okay.
But everything else we've done has, always been in-house, and I've said this over and over, is on the bridges, we don't have very few that are below 50 sufficiency rating. Last time I reported, I do have a 5-year program for, some of these larger bridges that need to be put out there, and then actually, design work and everything else get started onto them.
Yeah, you said you were starting that process
Yes, sir.
here, what, 3 weeks ago, 4
Yes,
weeks
sir.
ago, something like that?
Yeah, and we'll be continuing that. But, most of our bridges that need to be repaired is mostly culverts. And those have been things that we've been doing in-house. And so, that's all been done. You've asked me if I do the long bridges. I don't do the long bridges. I do the simple span bridges around 80 foot. If you do simple span means I put one set of beams here, I put another set of beams here, and I put another set of beams here. You have multiple spans, but they're not tied together.
Right.
Okay. When you do that, if I don't tie say if I'm building something, and I don't tie my boards together for a long span, I have to make my boards stiffer for the shorter span, right? So it's not economical. When I have to have a more expensive beam for basically a span instead of being continuous, it's not economical. You don't really get a good bridge out of it. And so my approach is to say simple span. I'll do those. It's just one beam across for the most part. That way you're not putting columns in the middle of the string. And then let the larger bridges be basically these reinforced concrete haunch slabs or a continuous type span bridge. And those are done at the consultant level. Even KDOT, they don't do that type of design other than Topeka. But once again, you don't have that many bridges that, you only had 6A was anything below 50 sufficiency rating. The bridge I referred to on Leroy.
Do we have that list obtainable for us? The
You
bridges?
will have.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's part of my project book for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have all of those.
I don't know, we're just taking up a lot of time here.
I think what we need to
Be
do-
a school on how to engineer a bridge, that's not the reason for this discussion.
I think what we need
All
to do
due
now
respect.
is determine, I would suggest that we get the outlying Miami and Lynn and all these other counties, see who they're using for engineering, get Cook Blatt, the ones that we use, and then we set up contacting them and having given them as a proposal, is that what you're saying? A proposal of approximately whether we can get them on a 12-hour a month per retainer,
Contingent.
or just whatever it might be. I think that's what we're kind of headed toward here,
Well, I
what
think
we need to do.
it's no different than the fiber stuff to me, or the
Right.
internet stuff to me.
Right.
I mean, we'll take proposals and hash out what they're gonna offer and go from there.
Even, I mean, if it's professional services, or if it's actual engineering.
And
Go
as far
ahead.
as like the statute, I was gonna ask you how that works, because when all of these companies, or the counties, when I contacted, they said they don't have an annual contract. They'll contact Cook, Platt, and Strobel is one that most of them use, but they do not have an actual, like, contract on retainer, they just call them when necessary. So do you want me to start with the engineering firms themselves then and ask them if they have counties that they contract with? Because so far, every county I've said that they do not
They
have.
do not have.
But they,
The
but
last
according
thing
to
is
this-
Miami had a contract with an engineer, and they got like 12 hours a month in the contract, but anything above that then was extra.
Most of them don't have the contracts. What you're doing is basically that comfort level that you feel with that consultant. So when they contact Cook, Platt, and Strobel, they have an engineer that they call, And so the road and bridge supervisor says, hey, I got a culvert, we wanna basically, increase the size of it, what do you think? Well, let me do a hydraulic onto it, and he does a really quick hydraulic. It says, no, it's fine, or increase it a certain size. Boom, it's done. And then that's basically it. So a lot of it is, and they may send them a $50 or a $100 bill. That's basically it. That's how they have it set up. But it's that handshake type relationship is what they have for the most part. But we as a county have not been in that position. Ours has always been basically documented. Almost every agreement that we've had, anything I've ever been part of, has always been basically documented, went through the process. It never was necessarily a handshake type of agreement that we sent out. If it was, it followed underneath the purchasing policy, okay? Purchasing policy gives you up to from $1,000 to $10,000. Now this is your policy, you can change it however you want. Up to $20,000, then $20,000 it goes statute. And that's basically a whole different deal. But basically right now, if you wanted to do the handshake type thing and say, hey, what can you do for us? That's always available to you. And that's what those other counties are doing.
So the discussion is, are we gonna advertise for a projects manager? And however it works out to shop out the engineering, is how it works out.
I think that's the way that, I mean.
If everybody's in agreement with that, I think we need to write up somewhat of a job description, if you will, of what we're expecting of that.
Right. That individual
Of
start.
that individual, start there, and then, as far as the engineering firm, and the surveying,
Right.
that can be figured out, remedied with a few phone calls.
Right.
We could contact HR to do some preparation on job description.
That may not hurt.
Because they're gonna be redoing.
They're the ones
all
that's
the other
redoing
stuff.
all of it
Exactly.
anyway, and they're bound to have experience in some other counties.
Yeah.
The only thing we're needing on some of these is person that we're gonna refer to or go to, we need their hourly rate. Even though we don't have a contract down in writing,
Oh, yeah.
we're gonna need to know what their hourly rate is.
Yes.
Other than that, we don't need nothing.
Yes.
Right.
That's all we need, is an hourly rate to work
Hourly
with.
rate.
Hourly rate.
And that would be the only thing I'd be thinking, I'd want an engineering firm to tell me, I mean, it's like hiring a lawyer, is it $300 an hour, is it $250? I mean,
Yeah. Well, if you give me the jobs, it might be $100 an hour.
But
To me, I think HR,
That's the handshake.
That's where the conflict of interest comes in.
Yeah.
You can, if you wanted to, Andrea could invite the consultants to come and visit with you. Have that open discussion, this is what's
Well,
going
you're
on.
gonna do that in an interview process, probably.
Yeah, you could do that.
Technically, just interview.
Yeah.
Put the request out there, if you have 3 or 4 come in, you interview 2 or 3. If you have 10 come in, you narrow it to 3, interview and move on.
Yeah.
You're gonna know what that hourly rate is, that's,
Yes.
Save
with
the
HR,
county
we
as
need to get a
much
job
money.
description in place,
Mhm.
because that is a major change. And they may be able to provide that to us in 2 weeks, might be a month. Chances are it'd be pretty quick.
We're gonna need that before we can send it out for
Yeah,
advertising.
well, that all needs to be done before we send out in a request for.
But I don't know,
Well, and that one that I emailed was from Miami County that had
That's right.
a job description of what, and he was the Public Works, project manager. So I
Public
had-
Works Project Manager.
I'm sorry, just the project manager.
Project manager, okay.
Yeah, so from, and that, so I do have a job description on that for,
That was his
Look
job
at that.
description. I'll have to look that back up, or
and I can resend it, it's probably
you
buried in.
might
some-
send it to HR Partners too, as well.
with Wade's approval, I guess, because I don't know where that line of communication
Right.
has to be right now.
Right.
Yeah, need to have Wade sign off on it, I imagine.
Lucky Wade.
We got a short week here, we could get some information and discuss it next Monday.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty fresh in our head.
Yeah.
And if you could look at that administrative assistant, I think they kind of was your project manager. Angie may have some more insight in that one. When they ran that office down there, administrative assistant, you know who
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
referring to without saying a name?
Mhm.
Wasn't his capacity more like that when he was visiting with,
Right.
the engineer?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but the administrative assistant doesn't exist in my booklet now because we don't have it.
Right.
If we hadn't had one. It's my old book, it did. The old job descriptions, it did. So, but
Well, a lot of good discussion. I think we learned some information, valuable information. And what needs to be researched. Do we wanna stop this for today on Road and Bridge, take Carl Lee?
I think we probably should, if we've been sitting there very
Yeah.
impatiently for.
He's a busy man.
he was taking notes.
He made a fast trip to Woodson County and back. Might look at governing the county vehicle, maybe, I don't know. Emergency vehicle that runs 45 mile an hour, right? Come on up, sir. Thanks for patiently waiting.
Oh, no problem whatsoever.
You know, when the minds get to moving, you hate to slow them down, right?
I'm not gonna slow them down.
It takes enough to get them all moving.
Yeah, this is another one.
Especially in the same direction.
Another one, $700.
How many
Yeah.
homes did he have burned down, Jim?
You approved the application. This is the actual abatement.
Oh, okay. I was in Woodson County talking over, see if they had any questions about the emergency operations plan. Matt Deckett from Wolf Creek was down there with me, see if they had any questions because of the MOU that I brought forward last week. They also had requested from me a copy of the Lyon County agreement so they could take a look at it. All indications are they're still looking at the MOU favorably. They just want to make sure they're looking after their own interest and seeing what Lyon County's MOU has so that they get something that's equivalent. So we had a good discussion for a little over a half hour, Matt and I did, with Woodson County. As part of the information I gave you last week, I didn't give you the MOU for Lyon County, so I need to get that done and bring that up to you guys.
That, expiration of, that Tom's got, that piece of paper.
Emergency operations plan status.
Yeah.
What it is I knew that was expiring. We've been working on it, Amber and I have been, but it was, the original plan still is an all right to a decent plan. In the last year of the turnover we've had and everything we're trying to learn as the office, especially with me and getting hired in, we kind of fallen behind on getting that caught up. We've been in contact with KDM. The gentleman's name is Austin Board. We're making updates as we talk. We need to go through it a little bit because the consultant who had drawn that plan up, we need to change some things. We thought it was a little bit too wordy. It really didn't reflect what we can do in Coffee County as a plan. But we're working on it right now currently, making the updates. I've been in contact with Josh Smith, who's our Homeland Security Coordinator, and we have been talking this over, what we needed to do. I didn't realize it resulted in a letter of this nature, and I apologize for me. I'm the one responsible for it.
Is there any time frame to get
I haven't
get
seen that.
everything updated or penalty involved in it? I'm not, when it
I
was sent
haven't-
out to us, it came on the phone, and I just read all of it. I was a little bit surprised, you know, it was
I've been communicating
outdated.
with Josh, and the date that I give Josh with everything that we got going on with Wolf Creek and trainings with the reception centers, and another hospital and another school, and bringing the new staff up to speed. I told him May was our, when we should be able to be there. Now, I haven't seen that letter.
Okay.
No, I haven't. So, I mean, I don't know if there's any deadlines in it or not, or even who signed that letter.
Michael Bear,
He's brand new with them, so.
Planning and Mitigation Bureau Director.
Right. He's done.
But it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, that September 1st of 2019.
That was when it expired?
No, the plan was due December 1 of 2021 is when we were supposed to turn it in. Now, the plan that we have is a completed plan. It was done by a consultant that Russell had hired. and we was trying, Amber and I haven't had that time with everything we've experienced, in the office, of, trying to amend some of those areas that we thought needed improvement to more reflect our capabilities. The plan is still a perfectly usable plan. It's just getting all the updates and redoing it to where it fits us better.
Angie, would you make us all copies of that, please, so we can all
I would
look
love
at
to have a
that.
copy of it, please.
Make Carl one too.
Okay.
So, we're actively working on it now, and Amber's made the appropriate contacts with Austin. He's the guy that we've been working with on getting the updates made. We just need to update what's there.
So they're all good with it, but this
Michael Bear.
We haven't submitted a complete plan to them for their review.
So they're probably not corresponding together to.
Right, I can call Josh this afternoon or call Austin or Michael Barron.
I just don't want it to create a big chain of reaction of events and.
I'm a little bit surprised they didn't offer an extension letter on it for 90 days or.
Well, I thought I
Me,
knew
no,
it was gonna, part of this is my responsibility, and I take that, so anything that's reflected in that, it's my responsibility. But I thought I was in communication with Josh, and I thought I was okay. That,
Right.
and I didn't follow it up the chain of command, make sure I didn't call Josh back and make sure that we was all on the same page. So part of that's my fault, because I have other projects and other things going on also.
You kind of hit the ground running from day one, so.
Well,
But you never talked to this Bear guy.
no, he's been hired in the last 3 months. I recognize the name. He used to be in Department of Health and Environment, left the Department of Health and Environment, went to K-State, was their emergency planner, now he's back on with KDM. And so he was just brought back on board in the last 3 months, I think. I recognize the name. I don't know him personally. But the bottom down here, if you look at the bottom, it says, for questions regarding requirements or resources available to support the development of it, please contact KDM Planner Austin Dorr. We are in contact with Austin.
Okay.
No.
He's our contact information at the local level.
Well, I'm trying to digest the paragraph, the last part of the paragraph above there. Coffee County will lose 50% of awarded EMPG
It's
funding.
the Emergency Management Performance Grant.
Funding.
And what that is that we can be found in non-compliance and lose part of our funding with that.
Yeah, but it says it's dated September 1st, 2019.
I'd have to go down and research that, Tom. That was before my time.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Have we not been in compliance with 2019?
Well, that was my question.
When I contacted, just trying to remember the guy's name, it's over, because with the sort of things I'm learning right now, I was worried about whether I was in compliance or not in compliance. And, there's another gentleman involved with the EMPG grant money, and he did not say I was out of compliance for 2019. I know that.
Looks like we need to do some exploring.
I'll figure it out.
Do some exploring and get some answers here fairly quickly.
Right.
And need to be even asked for an extension of time.
Right. I'll make the
I know how
appropriate
important
contact.
dates are, and I'm not saying I always hit all of them. but
Well, I didn't
we-
realize my back was up against the wall this tight. I knew that it occurred, but our plan is still is a good enough plan that we can use. We just feel like we can also make it better.
Make it better. Mhm.
Okay.
And so
It's
we'll get
nothing you're not aware of.
No, this part of it is. I'm not aware of this part of it. So this will bring us up to speed, and I can make some contacts and find out what we need to do.
Yeah, just that September 1st, 2019 would lead me to believe that
We have been in compliance.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
And
like
that falls back on the old individual.
I got the email the other day, I noticed it. That's pretty quick.
Well, this isn't in my email. So anyway.
I copied to you.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, SCC, yeah.
I haven't seen it, guys.
I'll be there.
Take care of it, Carl.
I will.
We got the confidence it'll all be in.
Okay. So Woodson County will be in, I just wanted to make sure and finish that up. They're basically wanting to be treated right, just like Lyon County's being compensated. They want to be compensated equally. And that's the only thing I want to make sure and give you a heads up on, so none of that's a shock. I will get the MOU up so you guys can be part of your package for next week with Lyon County. I have no reason to believe that they're not gonna work with us, so. I've met with their fire department, which is Nick Barney, and last Tuesday night, spent an hour with them answering any questions they may have concerning their responsibility. And then we had one meeting previous to that with their emergency manager also to talk these things over, to make sure and keep all the responsibilities and everything above table, so everybody fully recognizes how important this is to all of us. So,
We put quite a bit of money into them down there for this.
we had bought 2 generators for them, but I'm still searching for the receipts on that or the booklets
Did
on
we
that.
not redo some doors in the building or something also?
I don't know.
Did you get the generator taken care of up there at the building?
Yes, it has been installed. There was just a little bit of an upgrade in that receipt because the wiring that they had used previously was for 80 amp, and he upgraded the wiring to 100 amp, which matched what was in the breaker box.
Sweet.
So he made time. He rotated us clear to the top of the list. And anyway, it's installed. As far as I know, everything's okay. So that's been taken care of. He did a really nice job. He explained some stuff to us. Brad worked with him, and so did Tim out of my office.
Good. Anything else for Carl?
Thanks for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, appraiser's office got this ready today, so I thought, well, if you guys, since you're still here,
Might as well.
do it and get it taken
We
care of.
was handed another tax abatement. Moved to authorize director chairman to sign one tax abatement in the amount of $574.08. Bob moves.
Second.
Don seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. You doing all right? You want a break for lunch? Do round table, or you want to push through and roll on?
Do we have any other discussion?
Wade has.
He's got
15-minute meeting.
15-minute, executive session.
Well, I mean, we already did the road and bridge thing, so I mean, another hour's not a big deal.
Okay.
No. I mean, to me anyway. I don't have anything major for roundtable that somebody else does.
I don't have anything major.
Okay. Other than Wade.
I don't have anything, from my knowledge, for roundtable. We just got some stuff to sign here.
I just have one little thing for roundtable.
We'll just go with you then.
Since we were talking about the COVID pay last week, the email that I put out after talking with Wade said if anyone had any concerns, get a hold of me. So just a couple of concerns that I did have were for newer employees that haven't built up sick time. The COVID benefit was one of the benefits that they were told about when they started. And having to quarantine, so say you're a new employee, you only have a couple days built up, you test positive. If you have to quarantine for 5 days, that is different than saying, well, I have the flu, but I'm better, I'll be back tomorrow. So they don't have the necessary 5 days to quarantine if they test positive, so now should they just not test? Because they can't afford 5 days at minimum?
Well, I'm gonna throw my 2 cents worth in. It's really no different than a new hire coming on and catching mono or the flu or whatever may keep them away from home.
But
Or
nothing
keep
else,
them away from work.
nothing else forces you to quarantine. Though if I say, oh, I have the flu, but I tested negative, if I feel better tomorrow, I'm coming back tomorrow. But if I
Well,
test positive for COVID, can I come back tomorrow?
I think you have to be fever-free for 24 to 48 hours,
Right.
or you should be.
Right. But testing negative, if I say, oh, I tested negative, I'm better, I'll be back tomorrow. If I test negative, it'll be okay to see you tomorrow. But if I test positive for COVID, but if I say, but I'm fine, I'll see you tomorrow, is it gonna be, no?
We have 2 different subjects here because I had someone ask me about it, and it was actually an employee who'd been here, wanted to know if they had not used their 80 hours yet, if they were going to get their 80 hours if they came down with the disease. I said, I don't know. But I think there's 2 things we need to determine. Are we gonna give the 80, or are we gonna do the 40/60?
I look at it all being a gift because it was carried over, was it not, from the very beginning? I look at it all as being a gift to the county employees because of the pandemic. Let's not carry the pandemic out and milk it for everything that it's worth. Let's get back to normal and get to work. That's my 2 cents worth.
As long as they do it in a safe way.
As long as you do it in a safe way. I'm 100%. If you're not running a fever and you can fulfill your duties, by all means.
I don't know it for a fact, but I'd heard that, Coffee County Hospital is eliminating any sort of COVID pay, anything related to COVID as of February 23rd. It's done, it's over.
I heard of other counties doing the same thing. So this was a gift
So if we,
at the start of the pandemic to the employees of Coffee County, and all good things must come to an end.
I know we had discussion last week on, just stopping the 60/40, and we thought it was kind of abrupt last week, so, I mean, you wanna set a time frame now?
I'm for it. I mean, it's a board decision, because we're all probably gonna get,
February 1st?
we're all gonna get bad mouth, and I beat, but, I mean,
I guess I don't see the difference of stopping it today or stopping it February the 1st. Because we were going to include the people who are involved in it, they were going to continue on.
Wasn't we waiting for a little something from you on this?
I think the idea
Some
was
terminology?
if there were any questions such as
Okay.
what was presented, I mean, if you don't do that, if you just make the decision last week and there was some sort of, to be able to know what the questions would be ahead of time. Now, it doesn't sound like there's any, questions that would lead me to believe you should stop it, but there may have been some misunderstanding along the way. But I think setting a date like February 1st or whatever it is, and now people will be put on notice, it's done that day, and they can prepare accordingly.
But the people who get COVID January the 31st will still be under until they're out of it, correct?
Yes.
I mean, they won't be, February 1st, they will know.
So you can choose how, if you wanna move forward today, you can move forward today if that's what you wanna do. But there are two things, so the 80 hours, that ended, or is that still in effect?
I'm taking that we're ending all of them.
But the 80 hours is still in effect, the way I remember it anyway, if you have never used it, then you know it's still usable, am I correct?
Right, that's the way I understood it.
And then if you have used it, we can go to the 60/40 type thing.
So
that's what I understood.
That's the way I understood it.
And I think you need to make that clear, because I heard it two different ways.
So where'd the 80 hours come from?
The original,
The
2
first-
years ago.
2 years ago when COVID first came around,
So-
the federal government said you had to give, if an employee was out due to COVID, you basically had to give them 2 weeks pay.
Have to have 80 hours.
That was a 14 days quarantine, so now it's down to, and then it got dropped to 10, and now it's down to 5,
Yeah.
and so, but the 80 hours has never stepped down from day one. That's what I'm saying is wrong.
Yeah.
So we went from 14 days, 80 hours, down to 10 days, now we're down to 5 days, and we're still giving people 80 hours.
And I hear tell that the state's gonna quit contact tracing as of February 1st.
3 weeks, they have not called an individual that was tested. The Tuesday after Lindsay come in and said the state wanted it back, that individual tested positive. They have yet to call him. So,
I like giving timelines. That's the reason for the February 1st.
I'm with you on a timeline. I'm good with the timeline, but I'm saying
The whole thing shut off.
Done.
I like giving a little warning too.
COVID over. COVID over. That's.
I agree with you 100% on it, COVID over.
So the 80 hours, I think we need to go back to that, because that's still not clear. So 80 hours began originally, and Angie can, her office dealt with, you'd have to fill out the form when that came in, because that was part of the COVID relief from the federal government, and it would have to meet one of those 5 criteria. Criteria number 1 and criteria number 3, I believe, were the 2 that were most used, at least as far as locally here. And then you'd have to have, one was the health department or a doctor has put you in quarantine, and you'd have to get that documentation. It would have to be provided. The other one was child care reasons, that you had a child that couldn't go, so you were given a reduced rate. That ended in December of
2020, December 31st.
The county continued that for a period of time, and I think that's where the 80 came from, because COVID was still going. At least in 2020, the county had to have the documentation, because there's the potential later on down the road, if the county gets audited, then you want to have the documentation that supports those COVID funds being used by the county. The 80 was a choice by the county, and then from there, it gets, I think the 80 has continued up until recently, but you're wanting that to end as well. Is that a fair summary? Okay, so now you need to probably make the decision, and if I understand the decision, you're wanting everything, including the 60/40 and the 80. So the 80, you have to use the 80, and then you get to go into the 60/40, is the understanding of how it's worked previously. So you want to end the 80 and the 60/40. Okay.
And we're gonna receive, there's gonna be some people say, well, they got it, but I didn't get it. But that's the way it works.
So now you have to, you're wanting to end, I understand the 60/40, and it's been suggested ending it on February 1st. How do you want to also handle the 80? Because to your point, Jesse, the timeline has significantly changed from when 80 was the beginning number.
Right.
And the time in quarantine or out of service has gone down quite a bit since that, to the 5 days. That's sort of what, in some instances, is at least the recommendation today, present time. So do you want to cut it out all together? Do you want to reduce it down to, for someone who hasn't used it, to 48 hours? Or do you just want to be done with it? Just so it's clear from the inside going out.
I look at it, and it should have never, ever been a marketing tool for hiring, period. And whoever used that terminology to hire somebody, oh, you get COVID pay, is a poor marketing term to hire somebody. And I wish I knew, but I would have stopped it at the beginning if I knew. I'm saying all of it. If you come down sick, you either got to have vacation or sick leave.
Or no pay if they're new.
Or no pay if you're new. I mean, how have you handled it in the last 30 years? You don't pay them if they've been here for a week and they go down for 2 weeks. They don't gain no paycheck. I mean, nothing was ever guaranteed a paycheck unless you're working.
Or if they've been here 5 years and have utilized everything up, they're gonna go 2 weeks without pay, or however long they're let go.
I mean,
There has to be a point sometime.
And we have, there are many come down with the COVID, or do you know, or,
Recently?
yeah? Employees, haven't heard much
No,
lately. Yeah.
I know of a couple, but no major number.
Nothing like it has been.
I mean, you watch the news and it's going rampant, everybody's coming down with it, but I think a lot of people are living with it, not knowing that they have it. Oh, I got a runny nose, or oh, I got a headache. Well, if you don't have vacation time, what are you gonna do? You gonna sit at home because you got a runny nose or a headache? You gonna go get tested if you know you're not gonna get any pay for it? I mean, you just gotta throw away your options.
That's you see it everywhere, they keep emphasizing, get tested.
Get tested, shoving it down.
If you're sick, stay home.
Yeah. If you're running a fever, stay home. I mean,
You know, they've changed the time down to 5 days. There's no government regulation or mandate that where you have an obligation to pay them for 40 hours into it. I haven't heard nothing.
No, there's nothing in place now. No.
So
And the reason I heard that they lowered it from 10 days to 5 is because at 7 days, employees were going out and collecting short-term disability. And so they lowered it to 5 now, so employees can't do that.
Following the science, weren't they?
yeah, following the sign.
Well then, I mean, I'm about in the same way as with my
Employees.
I do have to draw a line sometime. I mean, it's kind of.
I as well.
It's kind of been through everybody, so to speak, so.
Now you got herd immunity, hopefully.
Yeah, so, whether someone's been vaccinated, so just.
And I'm fine with Tim's first of the month, it doesn't matter to me, this is already it's another week or so.
Yeah, 10 days away.
I don't care, I mean, I think the thing about the 80th before was if you got it, you were out, and if you were just a contact, which we're really not doing contacts anymore.
No.
You were contact, you were out for 2 weeks, just.
Yeah, because you had your incubation time of it.
So, we're not doing contacts. I think
So do we need to make a motion to abolish, end the COVID pay February 1st, 2022? Or as of, or end it,
all COVID pay.
all COVID pay, January 31st? At midnight?
Midnight, January 31st would be the 30th going into, if you want to do it the 1st, then it would be as of midnight on February 1st.
But that gives them
12:01.
February 1 to be tested.
It's your, I mean, I'm just,
Yeah.
so you'd want to do it at 12:01 a.m. on January 31st.
Yeah.
Do it to 30th, because that didn't, the 31st is a Monday.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It doesn't matter.
Give them till the end of the 31st. 11:59 p.m.
I'll make that motion.
Is it, so it's all COVID compensation period, 80 hours plus the 64 hours?
All in.
Okay.
Can I read this, what I have here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, move to end any and all COVID pay, and then I have in parentheses, 80 hours paid at 100% and the 60/40 paid if used the previous 80 hours paid, effective Monday, January 31st at 11:59 p.m., a.m., 11:59 p.m.
PM, yes.
Anyone diagnosed Monday, January 31st, 2022 would still be covered.
You would be ending it at 11:59 p.m. on the 31st.
Okay, take out the,
So anybody that was COVID positive on the 31st would be eligible.
Yeah.
Right. Is that the way you typed it?
yeah.
Okay, because I heard it something totally different, so. Ooh. I need coffee.
Anyone diagnosed Monday, January 31st
Okay,
would still be covered.
yes, you're correct. Yeah.
Come on. Do we get the 80? Do we get the 40, 60?
Yeah, right.
Well, and see, and that's the other thing, the 80 is your 14 days. I'm gonna say the 80, we might need to back this out. I'm gonna say the 80 should be abolished period,
Today.
today.
Let's just,
Because it's back on the 14-day,
Take it all out today, then.
yeah. And then you could run the 60/40 up to 11:59 PM on January 31st.
That gives them a little bit of break.
Because the 80 hours is hideous,
It's
absolutely
gone.
hideous. Because that was back on the 14-day quarantine. And we went to 7, now we're at 5. And they're still wanting the 80 hours. And I say that is negatory.
I think it's just down and they tested positive, and then the kid tested positive, and you goes down with the kid, and then that's, I get, yeah, I get what
I
you're saying.
understand, I
get what you're
understand
saying.
all sides, I do. But I guess we need to get our feelers out there for the abolishing the 80 hours.
I thought that's what this did.
I think this way it'll abolish all of it on this day.
But if somebody tests on the 31st, they can get their 80 hours.
They get 80.
yeah. We're at 29th, they get 80 hours.
Well, they better enjoy it.
Or we can keep it like it is and they better enjoy it, but I just don't know if there's gonna be an influx of people not being at work on Tuesday, November 1st.
February.
February.
Didn't we require that you had to have a certified that you
You
did
still have to get the certification,
So,
and this way it would only be if they've never drew it before.
Which way do you wanna go?
I say we leave it like it's written.
Run it to 11:59 PM
Yep.
on the 31st? The whole deal?
I would second that decision.
Okay.
Its payout could last till February 15th
Yeah.
on that individual.
It's gonna end eventually, I mean, at least we're setting an end date.
We have an
It's
end
gonna
date.
end
Have an end date.
After that, so.
I don't like it, but I'll go with it. I think I'll start.
Angie, you wanna read that one more time?
As long as they gotta
We'll
have
get
a
the-
certification.
We'll get the motion and we'll get the second, okay?
Move to end any and all COVID pay at 80 hours paid at 100% and the 60/40 paid if used the previous 80 hours paid, effective Monday, January 31st at 11:59 PM. Anyone diagnosed Monday, January 31st, 2022 would still be covered.
And it should say January 34th prior. What that says is just anybody on that day.
Okay.
Prior to.
Needs to be or prior.
My motion stands.
Well, prior to and including January 31st.
Yeah.
Prior to and including.
Better terminology, Wade. Prior to and including.
Either say.
It probably should say that, but.
Get the same thing, right?
Are we done with it?
Yep.
Tim moved,
I second.
Tom seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes.
At least it's gonna be over with.
It's gonna be over.
Warm me out. We're out.
Do you want me to put an email out that says that?
That says that motion right there, would probably be a good email to send
Send
out.
out to everybody.
It needs to get out.
Yep.
So
Are
with
you
that,
wanting it to come from my office or Andrea's?
Probably.
I don't care whose office, I mean, if you wanna send that motion to her, she can send it out, whichever.
then we made the decision, I guess. But with that being said, the health department's still gonna be testing, correct?
Well, the trailer's still supposed to be here tomorrow.
So while we're still on roundtable, I guess the only thing I'd say is, I thought, Creighton Cox did call me, I relayed this on to Andrea, that to get power to that, he's gonna have to come out of the church. I actually thought the meter for that building was on this side of the alley, it's on that side of the alley, so he's just gonna have to come out of the church over, which isn't a big deal.
Can we just set a pole, run temporary service over to it?
cost,
I mean-
it cost.
And
And
then
he said, he's already worked it out with, he said he was gonna work it out with, the city, Alan Snyder. He said it would be cheaper, just being a temporary deal, to just come out of the building, lay some conduit on the ground, run water, be done.
whatever, he's an electrician.
Yeah, and that, he just said, after conversating with Alan, this would be the easiest. I said I'd bring it up today, just, I didn't really make a decision, but it made sense to me.
Right. It was an educated decision.
Yeah, I tried to. I mean, I didn't really make a decision, I just, if you're all in agreement with that, unless you want a pole set, but, and then you gotta call DigSafe, yada, yada, yada.
And if we go to tear it down, probably gonna have to take it, tear the building down, then you're gonna have to move it, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
More than likely.
Just lay the conduit on the ground.
Yeah. As long as it's
With-
safe.
With that being said, so when that building sits in there, the previous owner still is under the, from what I'm seeing, is under the belief that he owns 38 feet.
38 feet.
To where that building's gonna be long enough, you're gonna use as much of that frontage, utilize as much of that frontage as you can, so maybe someone should contact him. Like Wayne has the survey pins out there, the flags out there, if you will.
Okay.
So,
And do you know, did Wayne survey that from the center of the East Street?
They were
Yeah, him
working
and-
from the West Street too.
From the West Street too?
Yeah, he shot
I think
both
they've got
sides
it
and
shot.
came back, yeah.
Okay. So
But you
there's-
can see the property pin, the southeast property pin is a white flag. And then he's the first lot, if you will, now it has another white flag, and then at the edge of that, the lumberyard, if you will, there's another flag,
I think there's a blue bolt there somewhere.
and a blue bolt too.
How's the best way to professionally, bring forth this information to the individual?
Send the sheriff.
Send Mr. Wade or send the sheriff?
I don't really
Have
know.
Wayne go over and say, hey, I surveyed this. I mean, he, like Wade said, I think last week, that maybe, you know, he would, the previous owner would want his own survey done, and that's fine, but
Right.
I entrust it. I entrust that it's correct, so.
And if Wayne wants to give me the documents that he has,
You can
present them to Ben.
Stuff he needs to move.
We might
No,
get
it's just some power.
with Wayne and see if he's
But
got
I
a
just-
drawing or a copy of it,
When they
take the
said that
original,
building,
Right.
take the drawing and copy of
utilize
it, take it.
parking.
And
Take
just
it
let
over
him know
to
that
the
we're gonna
site.
be needing that.
We need
Wow.
the space, like,
Put the building here, they don't want
immediately.
the parking put over here.
Here's the
Yeah.
documentation stating we own up to your west, or your east fence.
And then if he has, and I'll get with Wayne, but that way if he has a question, he could contact Wayne about the,
Well, I mean, is that area that stuff's setting in, isn't that not city property?
Yes.
So why is the city not
I don't know.
They never have.
concerned about it?
It's always been parked out
They
there.
never have been concerned
Is the
about
city
it.
liable if somebody happens to go off the street and runs into it? And
I
then,
have no idea.
I mean, I think that'd be a liability on the city.
Don't know.
Anything I can help with on that?
When you get that information, just get with me, we'll see what we can. There's two concrete blocks sitting there going south, they must be planning on leaving it there.
Well, like I say, he's under the belief that he owns 38 feet away from his building.
So he,
So,
I mean, I might not be able to get anything done for tomorrow, but, cause if he goes,
well, it's just knowing, like I say, if they set a 20-foot trailer in there, and then if she, depending on how she got people pulling in, it's just,
right.
We'll see if we can get it figured out.
A 20-foot
we
trailer,
depend on which end.
20-foot trailer we got rented, there's moving and setting, and I forget what the other dollars were. If we keep it for 6 months, what's the total bill for that account?
I don't have that offhand, but I can get that to you.
it was around
It wasn't
$3,800.
$2,500 every month, was it?
It was around $3,800 for the entire 6 months.
Yeah.
For the 6 months, okay.
And we
That's why I
can, if we, for whatever reason it doesn't, and that we can cancel and prorate the
Yeah,
cost.
all this testing stops, and you can just call and say, hey, we're done, and pick it up and prorate, so.
I have had a couple contact, well, 3, I guess, that, and I don't know what Dr. Sawyer would say, but our health department's not wearing masks, and probably not wearing gloves. Is that something that we need to say needs to be done to improve the safety for everybody. People's coming in and getting tests, chances are, or maybe not chances, but there's a higher percentage of them maybe be positive, or they wouldn't be coming to get the test. To me, our health department needs to be wearing gloves or some type of protection. I've had 3 contacts in the last few days on why they're not.
I also think if they thought there was concern, they would probably be doing it.
Because anybody that's walking in there's they're getting a test done for some reason, in my opinion. Not all of them are gonna come down positive. Some, to me, I think our health department would wanna be masked up for their safety. You know, they probably had their shots.
There's a 10-minute, isn't there a 10-minute contact, timeline? I mean, this stuff has changed every day.
Right.
But the last thing I knew, there was like a 10-minute timeline that you gotta be in contact with an individual.
There's
I don't know what that
swabbing
time-
their nose and they're gone, they're not. Department's not vaccinated.
Sorry?
I can assure you the health department is not vaccinated.
No.
So I think, Don, to your point, if they're not wearing masks and they're not wearing gloves, I think they should be able to answer why they're not wearing masks or gloves. I mean, they're the professionals in that particular area, and if they feel they need to wear masks or gloves, I mean, I think saying something like that just without some ability for them to come and say what, in certain instances, they probably are wearing masks and gloves, in certain instances, they're not. And I just want, so we have sort of a idea that if they're not doing it all the time, then that's one thing. If they're doing it for certain types of situations, just so here it doesn't sound like our health department's not wearing masks and gloves all the time, because that could be the interpretation.
Did you ask them why they weren't?
The health department?
Did you ask them?
I have not talked to
Well,
anybody
maybe
about
if
it.
that's a concern, maybe we ought to find out.
But I've had people visit with me about their concern.
They're right downstairs.
Want me to run down and see if they're...
Can we take a 5-minute break while she's doing that?
Yeah. Wayne's one.
Oh.
You gotta go back to court?
Nope, I'm done until
1 o'clock.
1:30.
It's only 50 minutes away.
Do a quick break.
Do a 5-minute break and see if she wants to come up.
Okay.
I think if there's questions, we need to have her up and let her explain it.
5-minute break.
I got that one. Oh, this is yesterday. I'll be there Pennsylvania, I don't know the way it is. The days roll together.
Sign the room flap?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's not hard. It'd be all right. What they usually tell
I'm
me.
sorry.
She's what they used to tell me.
I signed an Angie's spot on every damn one of them.
She'll just sign in your spot.
Figured you were waiting for that magazine to come.
Yeah, it made it to the trash faster than.
We're admitting them to sign,
I don't sign these now, do I?
just that top.
Just the top.
Anything's got a summary of what's
Okay.
there.
And then everything.
Yeah, that's probably,
And there's the rest of it. Oh, no. I don't have to sign that.
no, you don't sign any of these.
Okay.
And that, the rest of it's probably that way.
Well, then there's this summary thing here.
Well, that's another summary.
I knew I had it still.
Mhm.
National.
I guess I'll send this down there with all that, wouldn't I? Yep. Angie, I apologize, I goofed on a couple checks and signed in your
Sorry.
location.
Go over there if you wanna, cover it. It's kinda interesting, when you cover it.
Okay.
Sorry, Miss Bass.
I'll go by and check.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
So while you're signing.
Alright.
Oh, there you go. While you're waiting until we get signed,
I sure do.
it's just leave the name of each one.
Okay.
And I can put the date and everything.
That interesting.
When
it comes time to
That's
this.
housing authority, they only get the $20.
Oh, okay, so I don't sign it.
No.
I just sign it.
So far, they have.
Fee to the attorney.
Very interesting, all the lights.
And then I'll sing them.
In front of the,
Baptized.
well, the old, organ.
Oh. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. But she don't want to put in a bid, she wants somebody else to do the work, and then she will purchase it. But two, to help get one, from Oklahoma, that's from mine,
Your payment, yes,
And then the
I
other.
sign or initial?
Yeah, just sign it.
I better start signing.
Antique collector, you know, contact me over the weekend, want to know what we were gonna do with that building. I said, well, we haven't really made a decision yet, but I'll let you know when we do.
Somebody should be coming from, I'm not sure.
The word's in out there.
Getting into the bidding.
Oh, okay.
Not sure if it'll be her or somebody else.
Okay.
Signed it.
No.
Wade, you do anything exciting over the weekend? Push snow?
No.
You don't have your flamethrower yet?
That'd be a lot nicer.
Analyzes over.
Or more fun.
I don't got it something.
Saw a video of somebody last year in New Jersey or somewhere, that's how they cleared their whole driveway.
This is county.
Imagine being the neighbor.
And we came in to. Thanks. Conflict,
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
What?
Whenever you're ready, or, sorry.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hello.
How are you today?
Good.
Wow, we got the whole group cleared in here. All right.
Kind of.
They're in, training today.
They're in training today?
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking for a break.
They look excited.
Yeah.
Really excited. They look excited. Don had some questions, Lindsay?
Lindsay, I had some contacts last week, 3 specific contacts made, you know, when we set up down below in the outside. And all 3 of them mentioned that masks were not being worn. And they couldn't remember on the gloves. They made the comment, I'm not gonna answer on the gloves whether they were or not. But you know, when a person is swabbing somebody's nose or whatever your procedures and policies are, to me, not only for the people, our citizens coming in, but as well as you ladies, to me, you know, I think you ought to be required to wear a mask. That's just my personal opinion, to keep it a safer atmosphere for everybody that's involved. Of course, now we're gonna be moving into a building in a confined place with different, you know, citizens coming in.
No,
Well, you're shaking your head. It's not a confined place,
they're not coming in.
so they absolutely won't be coming in the building at all.
Correct.
Okay, I'd understood they were.
And they didn't come in the building down here either, did they?
I think one stepped in because they were freezing.
Well, one individual, 1 out of 3, I didn't ask the other 2, 1 out of 3 did. So, I guess maybe if you're outside, I know at the hospital, when I got swabbed up there twice, or 3 times now in the last 6 months, you know, when they came outside, they were gowned up and masked, maybe a little bit too overcautious, but with what's going on, I'm not sure we'd be overcautious either. So I told them I would get a response, and this is probably the best way to do it, because, you know, there's probably other people asking questions too.
So you're requiring us to wear them?
That's just my thought, that's my opinion.
Oh, that's,
This has not been discussed.
I'm asking for clarification.
No, I think the
No,
question was just
no.
asking why, if they were not being worn, why was they not being worn? I think that was the question.
Some of
So-
us have had COVID in the last 90 days, and so therefore we're not at risk of catching it, or spreading it. Others can't see when we're going in and out of cold and hot. Glasses fog up, you can't see. That would be the
Safety.
2 main reasons, so.
So I told these people I'd ask for an explanation, because they were disturbed because, you know, health department, or nurses, fully qualified, you know, wasn't covered up.
And I would say if someone has a question for us, please send them to us to ask. I think that's something we haven't seen a lot of here, is people reaching out to us to ask us specifically. So I would highly encourage you, anyone that has a problem with me or my office or how we do things, please send them my way so we can chat. Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, that was all just asking why, if they were not being worn. I'm not saying that you have to, if you'll choose not to.
Yeah, that's not a decision here for the commission.
Yeah.
I would prefer to see you mask up. The image it presents to our citizens, to me, is strong. And I'm not saying I've always done everything perfect, but I always went totally overboard to try to be a true listener. And when I was at the elevator in the back, you know, tried to represent everything as fair, as equal as I possibly could. And to me, masking up presents a high-quality image in my mind.
But stopping testing didn't?
I'm not saying stopping testing.
I mean, because I feel like the decision that was made last week
I'm not suggesting stopping.
was maybe not in the best interest of the public's opinion. So, I mean, that didn't favor very well for us and the media. So.
Can I say something? we're also out of masks, and as far as gloves, we're limited to 1 box a month. So, there's that.
I can't hear a thing you're saying.
She said that our allocation of masks, we are out, and, and gloves, we only get 1 box a month, and we all wear the same size. So, 1 box
Have to
a month.
prioritize what you use your
Yeah.
equipment for.
Yeah, and hand hygiene is very important to us,
All
and
the
we
time.
very much take that seriously, so.
That should be your priority, and I think as a whole probably is. I've had people ask, so.
I think it would have been awesome, like, after you came down the first day and saw that it was kind of hectic the first day, and we were cumbersome. If you would have came down later in the week, I think you would have seen that it was much smoother. We had no complaints. No one that came and got tested complained to us about anything. And we're very conscious to ask if they, if they're wearing a mask, would you prefer us to wear a mask? And we're happy to get one.
Of course, Chelsea, you can't flat say that there isn't an issue or complaint, because you don't hear about that.
Right, people should bring them to us, obviously
And I
they don't.
understand that part of it. Thanks for your, thanks.
Tomorrow, the trailer showing up, right?
Hopefully, if all goes well, that's still on schedule.
So, and you guys will be testing them. You'll come outside to do the testing, go back
Yeah.
inside to do
Yeah.
the procedures.
Yeah,
Everything
at the
you gotta
door, so the test stays warm.
I think it's gonna be a much better environment for the people trying to administer it. I mean, granted, yes, you are away from the building, this building here, you'll have ample heat, ample cool, whatever you need, you turn the dial, and so,
We're a little concerned about our safety being over there. I mean, we've had threats against us, and so we're gonna be over there, 2 of us at a time, but still alone. So that's concerning. Hopefully walking across in the weather won't be that big of an issue, but it still could be, and the sidewalks and driving or parking over there could still be an issue. So there's still some safety stuff that has been concerning to us, but we've survived 2 years, so I'm sure hopefully it'll all be okay, and
hopefully the
some of
push,
us pack heat and be fine.
push to the end.
I mean, it's a reality of our job these days.
The main thing, just be safe, Lindsay, for everybody involved.
We're trying. We're trying. Best we can.
Hopefully we can get it all ready to go.
Yep. One of the concerns I do have after watching us do testing over there was the parking isn't labeled in any way. There's no lines. Some people drive up sideways, which I don't know that it'll be a huge deal, but with how much testing is going on now, it might become a big deal. Or people might not know where to go and how to do it without.
You think we have enough cones in the county that we could set up, alleys? Like parking, stalls?
I think we have
To
enough.
make it more
cones, but
unified?
Would they stay up? Would they?
Oh, yeah, they got weights.
That's $16,000 worth of cones.
I know we have a whole
Solid
trailer
cones.
full, but, I mean, I'm not a parking expert,
I mean, you
so I don't
could
know.
measure it out 8 foot wide, put cones both sides out, people pull in.
He wants to get a 6-inch paintbrush and a can of white paint, and actually, I will go over and paint the lines for you if you think that's the solution.
There's
It
yours
might.
today, bud.
I mean, I don't know what you think, what do you want?
Lines might work. I mean, I've painted lines for our races before. That's not a big deal, but
It's all loose pavement, I think. I'm not sure much of it's very solid, but.
I don't know. I just,
Cause we can just get,
it could be a lot of people.
we can get some of those spray cans that they paint with, hold them upside down and actually just paint them on there, if that's what you want, instead of stumbling around cones and everything.
Can you service more vehicles if they park nose to rear this way, go in this direction, have a one-way, or you can?
It's not gonna matter, because they're gonna have to get out of their car and come to us.
Yeah, unless they physically can't.
Right.
Then
Right.
we need a parking spot for them to indicate, we will come to you in that case,
Right.
so. Because we are gonna have handicaps,
Yeah, I'm sure you
and
will.
we will have, people who just can't breathe because it's COVID, so,
So do you think it'd be better to get cones and set them up? for that? I mean, we're pre-planning.
I think cones might be cumbersome, but if that's our solution, we can't. I think paint might,
People are gonna run into cones,
Be
and they're gonna
faster.
be strung everywhere.
and it's gonna look,
And you're gonna have to take them in and out every night, or somebody's gonna be stealing them.
I think they might get stolen.
I
Say.
probably Road and Bridge,
no.
or one of the local stores probably has the paint that you just squeeze the top and you make a line and, you know.
We used to
you-
have paint for the parking lot.
Yeah, and you might have to go through it every few days, you might have to retouch it up.
I think you said you had trouble getting it
Yeah,
in.
we was on back order, we waited and waited until they finally just refunded it because we couldn't get the paint in, was where we ended with that. And then it was the time they were discussing, like, okay, are we gonna restripe it because if they're gonna redo the parking lot, but I couldn't get it in.
You know how you see all these, testing done in some of the metropolitan area, you know, they're just a line of cars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that.
Is that something, rather than have some people get out of the car, some people stay in their cars, is it better to test all of them in the cars?
So that puts us outside for 2 hours
Mm-hmm.
in the weather and the test in the weather, which doesn't solve the problem of the test not developing in the weather.
And then we have to have traffic control,
And then if I,
because
pu-
we're in a four-way intersection.
Mhm.
if I pull up, what Don's saying, if I pull up and I'm gonna wait my 15
Right.
minutes, I'm not going to move out of line.
That is
Yeah.
a problem.
Yeah.
So then,
Yeah,
then Katie's running around the corner down there.
And-
Are you
and I-
requiring all your people to wait 15 minutes after the test?
That's up to them. If they
It's
want
up to
to
them.
take the sample, leave it with us, we call them, that's how they usually do it. If they're out of town, or need proof to take to work or school or whatever, then they wait, and we give them the
And I
document.
know there's different procedures there. When I got my booster here 2 weeks ago, I couldn't leave the hospital for
Well, that's the-
supposedly 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's the shot.
different.
Yeah, that's the shot, not a test.
And I think, in thinking of not doing the drive-through, we feel that we can park more cars there than doing it, than we would with a drive-through. When we've gone over there, looked at it, assessed it with Doug Jones, it was, yeah, a drive-through is difficult to do there because of its location.
And it's
That-
also not safe. If we've got people, put your car in park, what? Put your car in park, please, put your car in park.
And if
And
it's
then we're
ice,
walking.
And we have our masks on. Yeah.
It's like drive-through flu clinic, but without officers and Bob or whomever comes to help us, and then we replicate that every day. How
Mhm.
many chances would we have there for injury?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
And then we're out in the weather.
And the tests are out there.
And the problem with the trailer to begin with wasn't because we were cold, it was the tests were cold, they wouldn't develop.
Yeah.
So if the tests were exposed to the elements, because not every day is like today, it wouldn't work. And we're already out of tests as it is, so.
Yeah. And I know that it was thrown around for us to go to the school, to their shack to do it, but it's the same as us. It's a uninsulated building that's using a buddy heater, and we were told we couldn't use a buddy heater. So that solution didn't make sense to me. If it didn't work here, why would it work there?
And they're having a hard enough time getting that to work in itself.
So did you say you was out of tests?
Our partners are, since we aren't testing, we've given some of
Oh.
our tests to them.
Oh, okay. So you've got enough to start this testing clinic back up. When's it gonna start back up?
As soon as the electric is done and the trailer's here.
Okay.
We are planning Friday for sure,
Okay.
but if.
Testing Friday?
Yeah, if not sooner.
And we
Right.
could be inundated because the hospital has said the critical patients, like people who need to be inpatient admitted, that's when they're testing. So then we have Auburn of Lebo and then Auburn of Burlington if they maintain testing, otherwise it's just us. So Friday could be.
Yeah. And
But
we've given tests to both Auburn and the hospital.
I've gotta be down here Friday for a meeting, I think. I can't remember what time it is. See if you need anything, I'll be here.
I
I'll be
think,
around.
yeah, we've discussed it and I think we're gonna go with 9 to 11. So, 9
Just
to
one
11.
time frame instead of two.
Mhm. Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You weren't getting anything accomplished if we let, I mean, from 9:30 to 10:30, you got back to the office, you got started on another
Right.
project and it was ready to go back
Go
again,
back
so.
again.
There
2 hours.
wasn't very many in the afternoon, hardly all, the mornings
Morning will be-
were the busiest.
Yeah. So hopefully that time, and again, we'll change it if need be.
January 1st.
And maybe consider it amongst yourselves if you, and what you think about it, now that we are back in an emergency in the state, if we should use the large signs, the electric signs, I guess the county's rule is only to be used for an emergency, so I don't know if it's.
Is the state put back in a state of emergency?
The governor did it through, was it 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that?
We use them for flu, and that's not an emergency.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to this year, except for towns that didn't have an electronic sign already.
If they had a marquee, then they weren't allowed to use it.
Which Burlington doesn't have.
They see the city hall as having one, so it would be, you guys that would want to ask for them. It's how we would be able to get them.
Well, in reality, I would say if the sign would work, let's use it, and we'll work out the consequences later.
I just don't know where a good I can work with Doug Jones on that.
I mean, really, you
I
need
just don't
two,
know.
one coming in from the south and one coming in from the north, you really need two, but then you're gonna need something pointing an arrow this way, you know, down at the stoplight, so it's.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that we really want. I don't know, we really want Joe Blow coming in from
I was
Oklahoma,
just
Texas,
thinking more like
Arkansas.
one over here in
let's
the,
go
in the
take a
corner
test.
of the church.
You might get
Test
more
COVID testing here,
problems of
9 to 11.
sketchiness,
And
is that a good word, maybe?
I agree with you, Bob, maybe just one sign on the corner that says COVID testing.
That's what I was thinking of,
9
getting
to
one there.
11, you
Yeah.
know, right.
Put the news out where it's at, and then put
We
a
don't
colored
want-
sign.
We don't need to go to the highway and advertise it.
But a lot of people still came to the courthouse.
Huh?
A lot of people still came to the courthouse.
There's a
thinking
sign
that-
there, they would see it.
Right, but we had signs on the trailer, but people still came to the courthouse wanting to be tested. They didn't realize that we were across the street. So even with all of our marketing saying it's the trailer across the street from the courthouse, people still came to the courthouse. So,
That
you know,
word-
they still came in, you know, nope, you gotta go back out over there. So it's just that people's gotta read.
Yep.
So.
If we provide them that information, they're gonna discover to go, and after a few days, the word's out, so.
Everybody will be curious what the big building's for.
Where exactly is the building gonna be situated?
Over there.
In the grass.
Creighton thought it would be best between the church and the lumberyard building, because depending on the line that he has to run for it, it would interfere with a sidewalk if it goes around the other way. So he thought between the buildings would be best.
So will the door, can we make it to where the door faces the
Be
road?
facing this way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Like
all on
running-
placement.
Faces
Running
the south.
parallel to the sidewalk,
Mhm.
that would be my request. But
And they did say they're gonna have to run the power out of the church.
yeah,
The new development was the power was gonna have to come out of this church through conduit to the trailer. So it might be even a little further to the east where the building is gonna be, maybe?
It could be anywhere. They
Well, if you're
run
gonna run,
conduit,
you're gonna
they-
run conduit. I
They
mean,
run around the corner church and put the
Yeah.
building clear over by the main entrance sidewalk of the whole church.
I would assume that you can put that trailer wherever you want, and Creighton will make it work. Just, I assume that.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought originally that the pole, the power pole for the church was on this side of the alley, when in reality it's on the other side of the alley. Thinking we'd just come right out of the meter to the building. Well, Creighton called me and said, we can't do that because the power pole is on the other side, so he's gonna come right out the back of the church up to your building.
Okay.
And as far as paralleling the door facing this way, I can't see it being a problem. I don't know why it would be.
I was just thinking, it would, I mean, I don't know who's gonna be here when it delivers, but if we've got the door facing this way, people, that way we can see when people pull up, and also safety, and we have less sidewalk cleaning.
There should be a window in the door, and there should be another window halfway through be this side, and that would be your, of which you're gonna have bars over, so it's gonna look like you're in
I don't know if they all have bars on them, I've seen them with bars, but I don't know. about this.
90% of them do.
I remember this one had a
I can't remember if they all had bars on, I can't remember. There were several windows on.
Yeah, there's several windows on them and like that, so being out's not gonna be an issue.
I don't think this specific picture had bars on it.
It might not.
But who knows if it's exactly what we're getting.
If it's
I don't-
satellite, it'd just be like a Connex insulated with what, HVAC. and
It's the steps come with it.
It lays on the ground.
Yeah,
No, it lays-
well, you've got to step up, I'm sure.
Like a Connex.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just gonna be like.
The way, correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah.
It's a ground level,
It's
yeah.
a ground level.
I was thinking maybe.
Nope. Ground level to make it easier, so you're not going up and down steps and all that.
That would be great.
Be great.
Do we need to mow a spot for it? Is the grass a little tall over there?
They did not give me any requirements or anything that we needed to
I thought
have.
there was a sheet that said it had to be cleared and leveled and mowed and all kinds of.
Hopefully it's
I thought there was
leveled.
I thought there was a list of
Big
things
fun roller
that
chair
was
in there.
attached.
But yeah, we have to make sure when they pick it up, yeah, everything uncut, because everything,
Right.
yeah.
I would say it's pretty much gonna self-level itself when they lay it down.
I would think so.
It's kinda heavy, yeah.
You
I think
don't want your foot underneath it.
I think a lot of times they write those up because on job sites, you don't, if it's a bridge out in the middle of the country, ditch of weeds or something like that, but I would think this would be suitable, so. I'm assuming that.
Is there any walk, is it gonna be right up next to the sidewalk?
You can put it wherever you want. When that delivery guy shows up, you try and put it edges.
He could put it right
No,
on
it's
the
a
edge
ground
of the
level.
sidewalk.
That would probably be best.
Whatever, so I'm assuming they're gonna contact you when they show up.
Yeah, I'm gonna call her today just to make sure that everything, and see if they have a time frame.
So when it gets there,
Isn't the door
Contact Lindsay then.
right there on the end of the trailer?
I can't tell you whether it's end, middle.
Most of the time, they're about a quarter,
It's right up on
just
the top.
a little ways down. A door width down from the end. Yeah. It's a moonroof, you gotta climb in there.
We have a Connex at home that's gonna open up the end of it.
Yeah, well, hard to keep heating that.
Generally, they're to one end or the other, but I would assume you can get it as close to the sidewalk as you want. The delivery guy is supposed to put it where you want it.
And there's no rules about sidewalks or anything.
I don't imagine the city would appreciate it
City,
sitting on the
probably city wouldn't
sidewalk.
approve of it.
I wouldn't set it on the sidewalk, no.
No,
What about
right.
the sidewalk going into the church?
It wouldn't hurt nothing, but you wouldn't wanna do that.
That'll make it,
Yeah, 'cause it wouldn't settle.
Wouldn't settle. You're gonna want it west of the sidewalk, going up to the church.
okay.
I just put it right in the corner, right there where the sidewalk goes to the church and the city sidewalk. Set it right there on it,
Yeah, that's what I do.
right in the corner.
I wouldn't think the city would give us any guff about where it's at.
I just didn't want it to be on the sidewalk
If it's
and
not
break
on,
the
if it's
sidewalk.
not on the sidewalk. We do, we just refuse testimony.
So we had some signs made for handicap as a communication tool to us to know that we need to go out. Do I need to change those signs to say you can't leave your car rather than handicap, so I don't have any legal issues?
Say what now?
So, we had the shop bring us some handicap signs
Mhm.
as a communication tool for people that can't leave their vehicle, whether they're a true handicap, tag or not. So, do I need to change those to say, park here if you can't leave your vehicle? Kind of like Chili curbside parking or Target's pregnant women parking. But it's not a handicap spot, but it's designated for them. Do I need to change those so I don't falter any, whatever?
Yeah, because something that they can read as quickly as possible, like parking for, yeah, however, like if they can't leave, just so it's not illegal.
Yeah.
I would think that if somebody's seen a handicap parking sign there, in the situation, I think they know what it was about.
I think the people pulling up there will understand. I think it's just a matter of a legal issue. Will we be in trouble for calling that a handicap spot?
No, we will, not you. You guys not gonna be in trouble for anything. You
But I
do
don't
it
wanna
once,
get
and
you in trouble.
We will be.
Right, we don't want you to
So,
be in trouble.
Chelsea, don't you worry.
I think do what you think you need to do and
Just do it, yeah.
I'll ask for forgiveness later and correct it if we're wrong.
I like that. Ask for forgiveness
Okay.
later.
Not sure, I like that.
Wait, that's how we operate here.
Permission, yeah. I personally think there probably should be a handicap or 2 signs there.
There's some over there.
Right.
Okay.
Once
If they are, then
once
that's.
everything is set up, I mean, then you'll have an idea of what it looks like. And once you have an idea of what it looks like, you'll know what you're working with. Once you figure out what you're working with, then you can sort of figure out what can go where and how it'll look. But, I mean, in the next several days, probably have an idea, and I'll walk out just to make sure we're.
I'd rather know now, so I can plan.
I think Wade's right. Once you see the building and see how it's set up, you can make adjustments and do it.
You can analyze it all you want right now, but it might be something totally different when it shows
Yeah,
up. You're
so-
like,
so it
oh,
shows up.
Rud, I just wasted all that brain work.
Okay, we can handle it.
I think we're good.
Well, I think you can handle it very well, I'm not doubting that.
This will be cake compared to the last 20 months.
Cakewalk.
Yep.
All right,
All
thank you,
right, thank you.
ladies.
Let me know.
Well, wait a minute, while we got you, we made a motion, we are quitting, so, because you guys, I think, have signed off on it, as of January 31st at 11:59 p.m. We are quitting the 80-hour pay, the 60-40 pay, so if people come down after that, you sign off, just so you know that's what, but if they are affected before that, they will continue on until they're out of it. And one of the reasons that we were really thinking the 80 is because that was back when everybody was quarantined for 2 weeks. Now,
We don't do letters for anyone anymore.
now that they're following the science and moved it to 5 days instead of 14,
And we can't do letters, they told us we can no longer do letters.
so you're not doing the 14.
We're not allowed to do nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, so one thing you will find though amongst county employees, if I'm positive, the state says 5 days from onset. But on the 6th day, I run a test or I'm still having a symptom or 2. It's not a guaranteed 5 days, it could be 10. And we've run into that this whole time, like some people are sicker longer than the 10. So, it's a little difficult to gauge all of that, but.
You might be out 5, you might be out 10.
Or 12.
Or 12, or 20.
So, I mean, some places in which I'm just asking because I'm ignorant towards this and I personally don't worry much about it. After you, don't have your symptoms anymore, so you're what, asymptomatic, is that
After
what
at
it's
least
called?
5 days.
After at least 5 days. But what if you don't run a fever?
Right,
The fever doesn't matter?
no.
Okay, so asymptomatic, are you still testing positive?
You can,
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so if you have to have a negative test to go back to work,
There's no negative testing.
There's-
You don't have to.
You don't have to. There are
Oh,
very, very few businesses that require that.
let's see, I've heard some of
And then some
it.
people will say, hey, can I get a repeat test just to see, so I can go around grandma again, or go to work again, or whatever. And, I mean, we don't turn people away at this
Right.
point. We're not prioritizing testing, at this point. So, they might test and still be positive on day 6. So my guidance for them has been, give it a couple more days before you go
And it's
back.
24 hours fever-free and significantly improved after the 5 days. So you're given 5 days. If you test positive as a symptomatic or asymptomatic, it's 5 days isolated. And the idea there is for you to get better. 24 hours at the end of that. If you're significantly improved and fever-free without fever-reducing medication, then you can go back. It used to be a hard and fast 10.
Right.
So now it's lesser, but there's this weird playtime in there where some people are better after 3 days and some people are better after 12. So it changes all the time. Yeah.
And just to make sure.
You got a moving target out there all the time.
It's very different
And
now
you're
than it
not gonna
was.
get away from that.
I was gonna say a county employee just asked to be tested because when they go see grandma in the nursing home, they completely thought they were gonna test negative and they tested positive and they're like, oh shoot, so now they can't come to work here for 5 days. They're perfectly healthy, they're fine. And I think, and that's where people were questioning
Well,
the time.
unless they work in healthcare, then they can.
Then they can go back to work.
Essential worker like sleep.
Yeah, essentials, so asymptomatic, wear a mask. Unless you guys make a different policy than that. But one thing I think that I need to do while we are here in session is, to say that Coffee County Health Department is formally adopting the KDHE guidance. I don't know that it needs to be a motion. We can work one up if you want to create a resolution, but Dr. Sawyer has made a video explaining what that means. And our schools are asking us if we are going to follow that, if we could say it publicly and make an announcement. So some health departments are just making a news release. So if we could say that we'll be officially adopting the KDHE guidance, so, which is what we've just spoke about. So,
Is that good guidance?
I'm not gonna judge it. Some of it I don't understand, but it's what we have, and it's what KDHE would be implementing in our community with our people, so. It's what Dr. Sawyer and I have discussed and what he has referenced in his new video, so, he's on that page, we're on that page, the state's on that page, so our schools wanna be on that page too, so.
Question, I guess maybe done. Why does everybody run and get tested? I mean, one thing you touched on was because you want to go see grandma, but why does everybody run and get tested when if they feel sick, why don't they just stay home?
I can't speak to that, Bob.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I don't know.
I know for me, if I may, I got tested just to make sure after being exposed, I wasn't contagious to come here.
I mean, I don't know the reasoning behind it. I'm just trying to figure out why, because the state, all we see on everywhere is, go get tested, go get tested, go get tested.
If I can speak to that, I can
Yes.
tell you that a lot of people test because their employer requires them to.
Okay.
So that they can either get paid or have a reason not to be at work, or they're truant at school and the school requires them to have something. That's a lot of the cases that I know personally that I've worked and spoken to, when I've asked that question. Because I've asked, like, what made you get tested today? And those are usually the answers.
Okay, I'm just curious of
That's just what
what's
I've
out there that.
So
I do it so I can go back to work.
this is a copy of the KDHE guidance that we are reciting when we are called, and what Dr. Sawyer put in his video, so.
So this is what you're using now, and Dr. Sawyer's on board with this?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So, I mean, why would there be a problem us adopting it then?
I don't think there is. I just don't know what process needs to occur for that. Health departments were discussing it this morning in our email chat, and one just said, I made a news release, another one, the schools have made a request of us that are we officially adopting that? And I would say yes. The only exception I would see to that is if a county has schools that do test to stay, under the quarantine, they've been exposed, they can test to stay, they don't have to stay home. Tim, you look like you have a question.
Clarify something for me, so if a person's vaccinated
Yes.
and has, how many boosters now? 3, 4? What are we up to?
Depends on where you're
It
at.
depends on which vaccine.
It's a punch card, you get a free pizza.
In Kansas, it's 2 of the Pfizer initial doses or 2 Moderna initial doses, followed by a booster at 6 months or 5 months, depending on your age, following that. Johnson & Johnson, it's 1 shot followed by a booster 2 months later.
And they don't have to be quarantined
Correct.
if they test positive?
Quarantine is for contact.
No.
So, isolated, if they're positive, yes, they need to isolate.
Isolated, where you're thinking of.
Isolated, yes, they need to stay away from others. If
All right.
they're vaccinated and positive, yes, they need to isolate.
Unless you work in healthcare.
Or if you're asymptomatic or have mild symptoms.
If you flip it over, it's the healthcare guidelines for those that work in healthcare.
There's general population and healthcare.
don't think there's any way out of it for you healthcare people.
Just go to work, right?
Yeah.
Go to work.
We was called essentials for the last, what, 2 years?
Yeah.
Essential workers. You had to carry your card to be out on the road.
That too.
Yeah.
So, welcome to our world.
You do as you want, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, if you look at, Waverly has posted, because we've had some calls, Waverly School District and Lebo has posted their back to school with these new guidelines, and they're great, you should look at them. I mean, they are. It basically says everyone's been exposed to Omicron, if you haven't, you haven't. That's great.
I like it.
I do too.
I like it.
Yeah.
Am I reading this right? If you cannot or will not mask, stay home for 10 days and isolate from others in your home?
Those are recommendations, they're not a hard and fast order.
I don't say,
Yeah,
that's
so one
pretty
thing-
tough to do.
So they're saying if you test positive, you can wear a mask in your home while everybody else wears a mask in your home.
So our
I'm
guidance
gonna wear a
prior-
mask.
That ain't gonna happen.
That's what it says. But prior to this, the rule was you could not be considered a household contact if you could live on 2 separate levels or not share a bathroom or have contact in the home, so that those kids or parents could get back to work
It used to be
quicker.
much worse than
Yeah,
that.
now it's, you can stay in the same house, just wear a mask all the time.
They used to have separate restrooms, yeah.
Yeah, and then you had to have
My
food
wife
brought
and I
to
live
you
on
with
separate
gloves
levels.
on and disposable
Had nothing to do with it.
plates and forks and that you dispose of in your own, the positive's own space.
And we explain this to every single positive, on every single phone.
Yeah. We've got our work cut out for us. But I will say, so I do want to clarify one thing. So this is important. This says guidance. Guidance. Anything that CDC and KDHE issue is guidance. The only thing that stands as an order or a legal order comes as a legal order from Dr. Sawyer. And we have never once, in this whole COVID adventure, we've never once made an order. That would require working with Wade, working with Sawyer, and making that happen. We've come close to it once. Everything to this point, people have been nice enough to play nice, or at least tell us they're playing nice, and follow these guidances. So this is merely a suggestion. We can't arrest people for not following this. It's not an order. So if you're positive and you don't want to wear a mask in your house, that's on you. So
Just close your blinds, that way
It
they can't
is
see you
what
not
it
wearing a
is.
mask.
Oh, they'll call and tattle anyway, we get those too.
We get
Yeah.
Oh, the time.
My head hurts.
and you've only spent 5 minutes with it.
Try 22 months. It's 24 pages long, front and back, the disease investigation guidelines. We just printed it, we reprint it every time they update it. So that's just a very condensed version of guidance for the public, which is 48 pages. So, yep. Every time it changes, we'll change it.
All right.
Yeah.
Good times.
I'm good.
You're good? All
I'm
right.
good.
Okay, guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your support.
Have a wonderful day.
Wait,
You guys,
do
see
you
ya.
have time?
I need to check with the office.
We're trying to nest you in.
Well, sometimes people don't show up. That makes it a quick hearing. And that may be what's happening.
What time did you say you had?
1:30, so I'll go check.
An hour and a half ago.
We thought it would be okay, but
This will be a short meeting.
Bobby stepped in, I don't know if he's got anything.
I won't make it real short, but I want to follow back on that conversation that was being had. That was a good one, by the way. I think, so,
which conversation?
quick
I know you got a
conversation.
lot of conversation.
Quick com.
The quick com.
Quick com.
So, what they're proposing is superior. If it was 3 or 4 years ago, when the county had originally done the fiber project, that's probably who you would have went with. Because they're saying they can do fiber to home. What makes them really competitive is they have their own construction crews.
Mm-hmm.
they weren't around back when you guys did what you did. And what you did was a good thing back then, because you laid a backbone out.
I wasn't here. It was just me, and I'm not sure it was a good thing.
So there was assumptions made or things said that didn't happen. That's the best I can tell.
That's it.
Like the actual connectivity to home, maybe that was promised. That has not occurred because people can't afford to shell out $10,000, even though it's just a few feet away from their home. They have to put a cabinet in and splice in. They can't just cut the line and hook up a home. So that's the problem, maybe. But either way, we're in a situation, we're committed with MT Networks, we're hooked in, so to speak, because they have the only backbone in Coffee County. AT&T has a little piece here, CenturyLink has a little piece over here, QuickCom has a little piece over here. Nobody has a backbone in MT. So to do a fiber project, a broadband project, there's only one natural entity to do that right now. To have broadband service at super speeds to all our communities, there's only one way to do that right now. If you went another path, that's years. You're talking about 2 or 3 years if you go any other direction than wireless broadband. I just want to have that discussion in deeper detail with the commission, because I think I told Mr. Bob once in a discussion, if we want to get all the citizens who were promised one thing actually deliver on that, it means a broadband wireless project around the same guidelines as what has already been discussed. I do think the commission needs to at least be ready to do a project for a fiber to home project, because there is money coming down the pipe. We don't know when, but to have that at least ready to go and have a conversation along those lines would be a great thing. That is the future, is fiber to home. Broadband will be obsolete one day.
Hopefully.
I agree.
But that's up to the commission when to set that time. You're going to do 2 at a time, or as a group, or however y'all decide. But it's a very technical conversation, and I think inviting MT Networks, QuickCom, all the players, they'll tell you the truth. That QuickCom will admit that they can't serve the county's best interest today. If the situation was different, yes, right. They can put a fiber network in ground. I believe them. I believe what they're saying they can do, but that's 2 or 3 years away and $3+ million that we don't have right now.
More discussion. Mr. Wade.
I think I've got time, so we can, and they're gonna let me know if they need me. So if we're in executive session, then once we get out, I can deal with whatever that issue is, so the show must go on.
If we're ready.
You ready for me?
Ready. I think we're ready. You got anything else? What? Well, I know you pulled something out, so.
It needs an executive session.
Good point. Okay.
I request, well, are we doing?
No.
We're gonna take you later.
We're gonna 15-minute executive session, myself and the board, discuss potential county litigation involving matters deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship, KSA 754319B2. Myself and the board.
So, Don's moved.
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
How long?
Passes 15 minutes, right?
15 minutes.
We will go in at 1:32. Oh no, how quick that time. Well, yeah, I was watching it.
6:30 now.
It's 30 now, so I've got 2 minutes to walk.
Thanks, no,
Oh.
it's that time sheet.
Okay. Yeah, you're good. Almost good.
3 more paid off.
Okay, so now you're down to 11? Cool.
This won't take me time at all.
Yeah, it'll be short. All that headache for this.
Well, getting people to pay their bills.
Yeah.
And I talked to one of the guys and he said, yeah. So, go ahead and let it show. Okay. It's a vacant lot.
Right.
And he goes,
Is that the one at Jacob Creek?
no, it's in town.
Oh.
It's over $5,000 in auto expenses, basically. I was closer, I find, to the construction company in Clinton, Missouri.
Well.
I was closer, I might put something on it, but. And the city of Burlington will work really out. And most of these others, like I said, the taxes are so small. It's not, and none of them are located in just one place. There's 3 over here, there's out in the middle of nowhere, Sharp. And there's 3 in Burlington. The only person getting hurt on that's Burlington because of voting.
Right.
But they're doing that. It's not like it's gonna hurt them.
Yeah.
Because this goes back 10 years.
Yeah.
So, knowing that it's not that much money for any one little district, I think is okay. Plus, we're getting more money out, maybe out of potentially.
That's good.
So, long story short, I think it's a good thing, but
Yeah. Finally. After all the headache.
I don't understand why she wouldn't do any more on it.
I don't know. I mean, I knew Joanne Ross always did. I think the sheriff's office sent the letters out years ago. Joanne would work with the sheriff's office and they would send the letters out. But in all reality, I think it's the county attorney by statute. And because Doug Whitman only had at the time 2 people in his office, that's how they worked it out, so the sheriff's office would do it. Because they needed it to come from legal somehow. And Joanne did all of the work with it. No.
And this would be my first complaint, is the attorney said, well, we couldn't find these people, and the guy I just talked to this morning, which I spent 3 minutes on the internet. First one I looked at, oh, call him because he's going to,
Yeah.
but I have his digit, so he needs his cell phone number, which he texted. He said, yeah, I'm always working, so call me.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, we'll be listening.
Yeah, that headache. I'm finding a different job, you know, I'm not going to get lost in it, everything, you know, I'm obsessed with it. Unless there's age range to it, you know, like, it's like, every, the nose that she has. So. Oh, records. Yeah. That won't be forever.
he's getting back.
Got a cigarette, can I borrow? I got him in the back. All right. Tom, are you coming Friday? Yes. Okay.
Something special on this Friday.
Meeting, just a meeting, so
Flint Hills VOTEC.
Flint Hills VOTEC, the MP Shoes School.
My dad is here. You want to talk to him?
I'm still here doing this, so, thank you.
He'll be here a while.
Okay.
Back to me.
Back again.
Request another 15-minute executive session, myself, the board, and this is to discuss personnel matters involving non-elected personnel. It's sort of a hybrid, also would be for legal advice under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. I think it probably is better under legal advice, so it's same subsection, but it does cross over into non-elected personnel.
For 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Tom, seconded by Tim. All in favor?
Aye.
We'll go in at 1:53.
put in the time, gotta get paid, you know, this is important. I think so. Sure. I think they good for you guys? Yeah. This right here? And you guys are just hardworking now, just come in here and talk. Okay, the one that says timesheets is for the timesheets? Okay. What'd you say? The new girl? No, I have not. I thought she looked different. To the other girl, over here, oh, the other lady. High on top. So, thanks for that. No, they're not bad. They're just big. Yeah, okay. I've talked to you in a long time. I've read a lot of them. It was a 3-day weekend. Well, I don't know if it's that or just young people that are partying and gotta yell out over the top over everybody. You know what I mean? And you find if you got another one that yells good, it's hard. It's called Vicky. My ex-wife Vicky. Me and her, man, we had her voice of and a voice of it's all fun. You know, yeah, we had one in Missouri. And it's still a bunch down there compared to here. Yeah, down there by the lake. Yeah, still there when I left. So, a lot more stuff. Hey, you might even see around. Hey, good. they let me loose a bit with this stuff that's going on. I don't want to be the one to be coming up here and getting everybody sick in case the weather X outbreak. That's one thing. And then, I don't know why this happened today, we bring the countries, because they go every day. See? And whenever it was with county, he really, his courthouse, I was gonna go to Christmas and get some stuff. And so that's how they do that in there, like that. But I still be up here too. You know, there's some prisoners, they have them locked out, they're all locked out, that will go to it, that will be fine. But if they're, it's kind of the same thing, for any kind of project, You're that cold? Are you crazy? I'm starting to sweat. I will be when you go right back out there. You can just, girl, leave it all in. I, same thing with Brady, she had a heater on underneath her head. Hey, that's guy right there, one of his hair. That's my lawyer, if I ever needed. I need one. Anyway, yeah, the heater thing. Yeah, you would have broken the baby's house, or the heater was stuck in there. I don't like that heater, it's in one room, but they said Saturday. So over Friday night, I had to try to get the bed, and it started dropping, like, out the, boy, it was a rock house, made a rock. Yeah, it's a permanent half a body. So she was around, she works for a newspaper, Monad News, like she didn't write letters. There's a patient. I don't know, I don't know. Alright. It's a great to have that, right, it's just not too bad, but,
Hello, how are you? Good, how are you? Good, thanks.
Pretty outside.
It is.
Till tomorrow. Yeah, oh, thank you. I'll pick one later and come back up. Now, we did it right on paper, yeah. He's still,
hey, dude, I wonder where you were.
I'm running off.
Bye.
Have a good day.
You too, thanks. Hey, what's up, Carl? Hey, brother. Good to see you. I got a new courthouse, they let me free to go do something. Yeah, every once in a while. See you, Carl.
See ya. Need my lotion. They're gone. So did you see my text message that my office is being occupied? Or hasn't gone yet? Oh. I'm waiting. Yeah, okay, still in here there. But, I'm working on, I got all the tables done. And the last couple of things it talks about updating in some of the other areas. And the one is talking about the capers. And I'd already done it, but since there's instructions in there, I'm gonna follow it, make sure I got all steps. But it says before you do it, confirm that your company doesn't use two separate codes for a 1% employer death and disability. Do we cross that? Do we know anything about that? So I'll probably have to call and have them, I've looked at all my codes for capers, and, you know, they don't give you a description telling you what really they're for, so. All right, we'll figure it out. I may, good though. I know, but yeah. I think they're out, to go check them out, and I think they're bigger than me.
Resolution for the sign up. That, yeah, updating the number.
I did mention Jessica.
Got your week all lined up, Andrew?
Oh, it feels like I'm kind of slipping away already since the day behind.
Oh, you got one back?
There's another one over there.
Thank you, Andrew.
You're welcome.
Lee, we come back, there's more papers on it.
Yeah, I have you sign that one.
Oh, okay.
I did that earlier.
Top?
Yep. And then go ahead and pass it around.
Oh, sorry. Any new roundtable information that anybody wants to throw out?
So far, I've got two, both out of state, people that would be interested if we, at what point in time we decide on the church to be put on a bid list.
Getting some good input.
Yeah.
One thing about that church I'd like to do is, if it's okay for commission, just check with the museum and see if maybe they wouldn't want one of those windows for the museum.
That makes sense.
I think that'd be a good gesture if they want one or two of them.
Want me to get a hold of?
I'll run out and ask them. I mean, you can if you want, but I can run out and ask them. I just didn't know whether they're interested, but I thought about that because a guy was talking to me about it. And I thought, we ought to see if the museum would like it. That's part of the county's history.
How old is that?
I was gonna ask him that.
Don't know.
So I figured
It's
you
older
would
than
know.
me. It's older than me.
I bet it's 120. I bet it's close to 1900, but I have no idea.
I've been asked when I called,
I've been asked a couple times too.
roughly, if I had to put a date on
Look
it.
it up. I bet it tells you when that. I bet the internet will tell you that.
I would say the earliest picture that Rhonda Trullo found showed it in 1929, but we couldn't tell if that was in the newspaper because it was new, or if that was the earliest thing that she could find.
Is this picture at that time? That may have been when it was brand new.
Yeah, and it didn't say, so we're trying to figure out if the other thing.
For some reason, I think it was built in the early 19s, but.
I bet it was when the old courthouse was built, because the old courthouse was out here, and then there, I bet 1900 something.
17 or something around that.
Cause you can get your marriage license at the courthouse and go across the street to the church and get
Oh,
married.
well, there was a church on that corner, and then there was a church on this corner, and that's the courthouse, yeah. You could go back where, go any direction you wanted.
Or back behind, I can't remember. I just remember the old jail. I don't remember the old courthouse prior to this one.
You don't remember the one before this?
Courthouse, no.
I remember
I
that's
remember
about
the
all.
jail.
Well, I was in high school when they built this one.
I'm not finding anything right off.
And
I'm not that much older.
about 10 years.
Well, I wasn't a 10-year-old high school kid.
Well, let's put it this way, what year were you know?
70 and 71.
Oh, I was just a freshman in high school.
Oh, okay. And you, being little, you wouldn't have known this.
No.
If they hadn't been building it during school, I probably wouldn't have paid much attention to, but.
No, I've always remembered this courthouse, and the old jail, when I first moved here, Elmer was the sheriff.
Mhm.
So are we finishing for today?
Unless you wanna talk some more history, I guess. I do not have anything. I got my question answered from that.
No, just that I'm gonna get with Wayne and then get with Wade about the property.
About the property, okay, yeah. Okay. I
Yeah, I
guess,
mean, if they're gonna set that trailer up, that'd be quite a distraction, I think, so.
Sounds like it's gonna be tomorrow though, before we'll have something official to kinda get together and approve.
I guess. Nobody has anything else, we'll adjourn at 2:15.
He said, he's got